Hey kids, today we're going to learn about the world. The world that's around us is pretty amazing, but how does it work? It must be complicated. The secret is the world can only work when everything works together. A bee drinks from a flower and leaves with its pollen. A squirrel in a tree spreads the seeds that have fallen. Everything works together. The biggest elephant, the littlest fly. The gopher's underground, the birds in the sky. And every single cricket, every fish in the sea gives what they can and gets what they need. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. From A to zebra to the worms in the dirt. That's how it works. Hey everyone, look who stopped by to say hello. It's Socko.
Hey!
Where you been, Socko?
I've been where I always am when you're not wearing me on your hand. In a frightening liminal space between states of being. Not quite dead, not quite alive. It's similar to a constant state of sleep paralysis.
Socko, we were just talking about the world and how it works.
Boy, that sounds complicated.
Do you have anything you'd want to teach us about the world?
I wouldn't say anything that you probably haven't already said yourself.
I don't know about that, Socko. How about you give it a try?
All right. The simple narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left, and every politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works.
Really?
That is how the world works. Genocide, the natives say you got to it first. That's how it works.
That's pretty intense.
No shit.
What can I do to help?
Read a book or something, I don't know. Just don't burden me with the responsibility of educating you. It's incredibly exhausting.
I'm sorry, Socko. I was just trying to become a better person.
Why do you rich fucking white people insist on seeing every socio-political conflict through the myopic lens of your own self-actualization? This isn't about you, so either get with it or get out of the fucking way.
Watch your mouth, buddy. Remember who's on whose hand here.
But that's what have you not been fucking listening? We are entrenched in a wait, no, please, I don't want to go back. I can't go back, please. Please. I'm sorry.
Are you going to behave yourself?
Yes.
Yes. What?
Yes, sir.
Look at me.
Yes, sir.
That's better. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. I hope you learned your lesson.
I did, and it hurt.
That's how
it works.
Down low. It's like 1, 2, 3, fuck it. I'm about to take this drink and just suck it. This tank is staying along with more shots. Switch on and give a fuck about going home. Straight buzzing, robo tussing. When they get in my oven. Wanna get a lick of this lovin', get a lick of this.
Yeah, I like it loud. Can I make you shout? You that black eyed peas, you know that boom boom pow.
Wanna get with me? There's some things you gotta know. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. It's like 1, 2, 3, okay. Can I get a little goose in my OJ? Birthday, feel like my birthday, and we sip champagne for weeks to stay. Quit frontin', why your husband? Gonna get his mix in my oven. Wanna get a lick of this lovin', get a lick of this lovin'.
Turn the speakers up, yeah, the bass is not enough. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power in this club. Power in this club. Power in this club. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power.
If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beat fast and my bass down low.
DJ, push it to the limit, push it to the limit. Power in this. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power in this club. DJ, push it to the limit, push it to the limit. Power in this. DJ, push it to the limit, blow the power.
If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beats fast and my bass down low.
Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 No politics here.
Very epic. Very, very epic. Epic stuff, guys. No. All right. What is up? What is up? What is up? So it is like 5 to 15 minutes, depending on how big his poop is. You know, that misinformation is uncalled for, I would say. Very uncalled for. I'm a small bird. Look, I'm a small bird. Don't I have, there it is. Big bird? Big bird now? Big enough bird. Big enough bird. Big enough. Feels weird putting it here. Oh, wait. Do I remember why I minimized my bird? It definitely wasn't the last stream. I think it was while I was editing some clips. Something like that. We still haven't fixed the sound thing, which is very annoying. Although, admittedly, I haven't been trying to. I've been putting it off. But, it's really not top of the priority list at the moment in my head. Everyone knows when you're not streaming, you're pooping or something. No. Sometimes I'm just getting the docket ready. Sometimes I'm just making sure I have things that, I need, or, I get my drink, get my mind prepped. It's not always a bathroom break. It's not always going to be a bathroom break, guys. It's not how it works here. I feel like the bird's still small on my screen. Is that just me? The bird is still small, isn't it? The bird needs to be this big. Talking about this big. The bird is still small. There you go. Okay, we're gonna look through some Epstein stuff a little bit, threads like this especially. We're just gonna like get caught up on things like that, but like we'll start it with like Destiny's horrible Epstein takes. Even most recently. Before we start with his Epstein takes, more specifically, he finally takes his L. He finally takes his L here on the Palestinian genocide thing. Destiny gives up after his continuous genocide denial. The omni-liberal Destiny finally admits that he might actually be wrong and that Israel is conducting a genocide on Palestinians. Quote, I don't care much personally. I can be moved on saying given the performance of the IDF. So he's just basically like, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm not interested in any of this. I'm not interested, which pathetic behavior.
Yeah, but I don't even know who the debate is for. Like, the pro-Pallies are all lost. They don't even care about the facts of any of these issues.
Pro-Pallies are all lost. No, we won the entire time. We were all straightened up on the facts. You were misguided and bought into a pro-Israel narrative for either money, spite, probably both, callousness, psychopathy. Name it. Name whatever reason. Name whatever canon reason. Fucking loser.
They don't even care about the facts of any of these issues. The super hardline Zionists, if you have talked to, those guys are lost in this issue.
Fuck doing debates for people. Just do it for your own knowledge.
I don't care that much personally, though. Like, this is not like a huge thing in my life. Like, at this point, based on the totality of everything that happened, it's not inconceivable to me that, like, I could be moved on. Yeah, I would say that given the performance of the IDF in the Gaza Strip over the last few months, like, maybe these actions
only over the last few months, guys. Only just now. Oh, maybe I can consider this a genocide. Maybe you can convince me here.
Genocidal. Like, I may be moved.
I notice in the language, he's just basically like, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I'm not invested anymore. I don't care. I don't care. Maybe I can be swayed, guys. Maybe I can be swayed. But I'm moving on. I'm moving on, guys.
Isn't like a huge. It's not a thing that I care that much about. It's not like moving the needle on me significantly. It's not like a huge amount of like knowledge or insight gained. And then if it's not interesting publicly, I don't know why I would even like. I'd rather just like read and learn about World War II. That'd be more interesting to me.
And fuck up the World War II history, or fuck up the World War II history. Just go read up Wikipedia and then get into arguments with people about World War II history, and then somehow fuck up that. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. I don't trust you to do that. Stick to video games. Stick to your shitty video games and then arguing about incest or something funny like that. Oh, yeah, and then this part. Yeah, this here. Unwell. While obsessively watching Hassan, Destiny suggested his China trip was paid for and Hassan didn't build anything. Quote, if you got banned from Twitch, your life would be over. Maybe he would make it on YouTube. Not realizing Hassan was massively successful on YT. He gets banned from like Twitch for like I think less than a day. But I think like the original amount of time was 7 days it was supposed to be. And he just immediately goes on YouTube the next day after the ban, and he's like highly successful. Highly successful. Way more successful than Destiny. You know, the numbers were like really up there. Like those numbers were pretty crazy. And so this motherfucker was not paying attention. So surprisingly enough, not paying attention because he's so obsessed. So it is kind of surprising. Either he paid attention, he's just ignoring that fact, or he just didn't pay attention that day, and somehow he thought this was like either way. He thought this was like a smart thing to say, which is not even close.
Necessarily, but because my life gets destroyed all the time doing what I'm doing anyway. I mean,
come on.
Gets destroyed. Yeah, seriously, come on. Gets destroyed. You're making money from one of the largest corporations on the planet. By market cap, what is Amazon? What number? What rank? Your life is destroyed? This is like the...
To be charitable, like it is a bit of an exaggeration to say your life is destroyed, obviously, as Hassan, as you're making the money that you're making. Okay, it is a little bit of a exaggeration. It is a little silly to say that. It is a little silly. That being said, it's not as if like there isn't some factor of like your life being like forever changed and like in a negative way in terms of obsessive freaks like you. like getting like super obsessed with him in like a negative in a negative way, where other people, like tons and tons of people, view him as like the devil incarnate or whatever. You know, you have to take these things into consideration, where like people have a total, you know, read of Hassan as like a malicious, like lying, like hypocrite or something like that. You know, like it's as something to take into consideration.
Most bougie champagne socialist state in the world. My life is destroyed, by the way. I just came back from an all expenses paid trip to China. And I'm giving a speech in Qatar in a few days, or I don't know how long ago this was. Like, really? Your life is destroyed?
No, I'm able to.
You're having fun here.
No, I know, but I'm able to overcome it regardless because I have like built
Overcome it?
this resilient base of support.
You haven't built anything, bro. If you got banned from Twitch, you're like...
He did build it. It was a long time of like work. Now you can talk about, oh, he started off in a very comfortable place. Yes. He got a lot of help. Yes. A lot of privilege. What's the Nepo baby thing? Like you could say like there was a lot of nepotism or whatever. Yeah. Lot of benefits there. But like to get to the exact place where Hassan is, to carve up the exact audience, to maintain that level of success and to maintain that, you know, the number of people watching you on a constant basis. I mean, like that takes a little bit extra. Yeah, that takes a little bit of grit, you know, consistency. Like I don't think you just get there just because you had a little bit of like of a Nepo start, you know. There's a lot of other things to take into consideration. So
would be fucking over. Maybe he could make it on YouTube if he got banned from those two platforms.
He made it on YouTube just fine. If he was banned on Twitch, then he would just move over to YouTube. He was banned on YouTube. You just move over to Rumble in whatever capacity, like Kick, Rumble. I'm sure Kick would gladly accept him too, just numbers wise. You know, somebody's willing to accept him. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Twitch, your life would be fucking over. Maybe he could make it on YouTube. If he got banned from those two platforms, he'd be gone. If he got like the Fuentes treatment, if he got the Destiny treatment, he would rope immediately.
If he got the Fuentes treatment, like it would be. I mean, Fuentes is still successful in his own way, so it's not quite the same. The reach isn't quite the same, but like Hassan would be fine. I have a sneaking suspicion he would be just fine. Destiny 1 said he is not for single payer healthcare because it doesn't poll well. He does this toxic shit about being pragmatic, and all that really means is we can't do anything the exact minute, so we will never be able to do anything about it. Yeah. He has a way of like taking the contrarian approach, either because he wants attention or because he's just that stupid. I have a hard time telling exactly what it is. It's really hard. It's really hard to read because it does feel like some of these takes. It's like, oh, this is like really stupid, even for you. But I'm also thinking like, we'll get into it a little bit, but like I think that the take he has for the Epstein stuff is because he doesn't want to believe any of it. He like refuses to engage with it because it like shatters the neoliberal, like, you know, democracy functioning in the way it's intended to. Like it shatters that perception in his head. Like a narrative like this would shatter that entire perception of it, like functioning, the illusion of it functioning as he thinks it should be. Like I don't think he I do think he doesn't want to believe that. So it's like a total cope. Like this is just my guess. This is just like my charitable read. Like the more uncharitable, and probably this too, the more uncharitable read combined with the charitable read is that, you know, the predators move in flocks, so he just he's a little bit apathetic to the suffering of children or whatever, and so like he downplays things. Probably primarily for his own content, for the contrarian take or whatever, to get people to pay attention to him. Although I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Epstein sweep. In his efforts to find more creative ways to be the most incompetent liberal political streamer genocide apologist, Omni-Liberal suggests there's nothing substantive in regards to Epstein files. Keep in mind he hasn't even looked into any of it. This is at this time, he didn't look into anything. Now, I'm pretty sure this stream he looks at the CoffeeZilla video. We'll get into that a little bit. And I didn't watch all of his coverage, so maybe he's changed his mind in some places that I haven't seen. But from all these clips here, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. All these takes are a bad look, especially not looking into it before even, like, this is the guy who says, do your own research. Don't go into breaking news. Don't have an opinion or whatever. Like, he says, oh, like, you guys can't understand how, like he'll say, like, oh, you guys can't understand how, like, somebody can just not have a position. It's like, no, you kind of come off as if you already have a position. Like, without even looking into any of it. Like, I'd be charitable if you, like, that was your initial perception and you hadn't looked into it. Like, I'd be charitable with, like, this idea of, like, oh, maybe some of it's exaggerated. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But to say it with such certainty, as if a lot of people are just over-exaggerating narratives or anything like that, it's just a little silly.
It's certainly more relevant and impactful than this, no shade. I do agree with you that it's more relevant, more impactful, but I would say the worst thing ever. I think that the Epstein files right now, like, we've gone through the damage to the other side. I think it is probably one of the worst things that can happen on the Democratic side, because I think it is a...
Also, notice the framing. It's bad for the Democrats. It's bad for the Democrats. Like, again, like, this goes with my idea of, like, I think he doesn't want to believe this because it shatters his illusion that the system functions like how it's supposed to. Like he doesn't want to buy into the idea that the corruption goes both ways. It's not. It's like like a bipartisan thing. Like, you know, some of these Democrats were, like, engaging in this stuff too.
Mindfuck, neck yoink towards something that is ultimately never going to result in any kind of criminal charges ever, and it plays into the ultimate retard narrative. Both sides are pedophiles. Bill Clinton, all these people, both sides are pedophiles. All of them, they're all pedophiles. The pedophile ring. This weird.
But it's not like none of this comes from nowhere. Like, sorry, it's not like all of this doesn't come from nowhere. Like, it all stems from, like, substantial amounts of, you know, circumstantial evidence here. Like, a ton of, like, interconnecting things. All these files revealing, like, a larger kind of narrative. Like, about stuff that, like, you know, most conspiracy theories were, like, it would seem like out of the realm of, like, oh, they wouldn't, I don't know. That's a little bit of a reach. But, like, it's not.
Session that people have with the billionaire politician's secret pedophile ring is one of the most mind-wrought, cancerous fucking accusations, because no matter what you show them, they're always going to believe it, and it's always a both sides thing, and it's always the billionaires and the deep state, and it's so boring. If something solid with evidence comes out, then fine.
So he really doesn't want to believe in this, like, oh, it's the billionaires, corruption, stuff like that. He can't conceptualize, like, the inner rot of corruption and how, like, people can be like, how the system functions in of itself is easily manipulated, but manipulatable. Like how a lot of people can be swayed or threatened into looking the other way, especially if, like, billionaires have, like, a strong amount of power, a strong amount of wealth, a strong amount of influence, and they could just do whatever they want with. Like, this, like, can really, really be, it's like a superpower, basically. It's like, you know, being rich, like, especially to that degree, to where, like, you just have, like, insane wealth. Like, you can do a lot with that. There's a lot of things you can just, like, push your way.
But until then, my position is the same as it was a year or two ago. I think it's a bunch of shit that could look bad, and some of it maybe sounds bad in context, or people are hanging out with him, and it's like, ooh, like, damn, you guys should have known, or something like that. But there's not going to be, like, a smoking gun or a crazy, like, oh shit, this guy actually did something fucked up or wrong. That's my guess.
It's silly too. This take is silly too because they've already confirmed that there was, like, actual children hurt. There's actual CP material or whatever, CSAM material that they found. There's like specific like photos and specific like circumstantial evidence of all these other things connected that is just like insane. Democrats are better than Republicans. Do you agree? Democrats are only better than Republicans in the sense that when you have like an administration like Biden's, everything doesn't go into complete shit. But like the Democrats will be willing to do what the Republicans do to other places, other foreign places. They'll implement their imperialism over there just fine. They'll like starve out kids, topple regimes, take resources or whatever. Absolutely, just like as long as you're an ally, especially you would do whatever or they'll just whatever. But they like run America more efficiently by comparison. But they put us in a status quo. They put like we can never improve. Like it's like an incremental improvement. It's very slow as a snail. Incremental improvements. You know. So in some ways, like Democrats are better. Yes. Well, no, not in some ways. A lot of ways. But they function in a very specific way where ultimately, like, it's controlled opposition still. When the Republicans do get in charge, or even when they're fighting it with the Republicans as they're in charge, they don't do enough to counteract the Republicans. They let Republicans run with, like, a narrative after narrative after narrative after narrative. They let Republicans just kind of get away with far too much. Jan 6 alone. They don't do enough to hold Republicans accountable meaningfully. And I think it's because, like, how it all functions ultimately is that it functions as a corrupt system. Like, okay, here's another thing. It all interplays as we're in the upper class, and while we'll have grievances with each other, there are certain things that we won't throw each other under the bus for because we'll be thrown under the bus as well. And this Epstein stuff, like, is one of those things. Like, there's a reason, like, Biden and Kamala wouldn't release that shit or wouldn't even advocate for it strongly. You'll notice, like, nobody, like, advocated for that. Nobody talked about it enough. Like, Democrats especially. It's because, like, it implicates a lot of Democrats as well. It implicates a lot of people that they take money from, too. And then Democrats show for, like, Israel and stuff like that and yada, yada, yada. It's a yeah. So, yeah, they're better than Republicans. But, like, ultimately, it's like, no, the whole system needs to kind of, like, change altogether. You can't just have fascists and then fascist light. You're 100% right about this take. I'm pretty sure you said the main reason he didn't believe QAnon is because he is QAnon was real. Society would be collapsing, not that we're directly related, but an example of the mindset. He is biased towards the system staying status quo. Yeah, he wants this. He wants everything to be status quo. He's concerned and frightened. I think some of this is out of fear too, because there is a reasonable level of fear that people would have about how your system, like, is basically just run by a pedophile cabal ultimately. Republican, Democrat, you know, any like, you know, high up there oligarch, billionaire, or anything like that connected, like, or even like just anyone with like a position of power. As you're realizing all of that is like a lie, then what does that lead you to? And then a lot of people don't like that that's what it leads you, like, that's the inevitable conclusion. And so it's just like, okay, then what do you do with that? What do you do with that? Millionaires are fucked if the dollar crashes more than us normal people. Yeah. Okay. All bullshit. Without looking at anything related to the files, Mr. does his research. Destiny calls bullshit on the entire thing. Even if there is bad stuff that happened, my guess is that there's going to be nothing in the emails to lead you. It's just going to look weird.
You motherfuckers. We want to hear your level-headed analysis for at least an hour because you're the only person with a take. It's just a conspiracy. Even if they're all fake, it would be so much more entertaining than this. Well, you lost the poll. Also, I'm not even saying that it's just a conspiracy and it's all bullshit, although I personally lean that way. Even if there is bad stuff that happened, my guess is going to be there's nothing in the emails that's going to lead you to that. Like, you're not going to have enough information to have a smoking gun conclusion there. It's just going to be a bunch of stuff that looks weird, and there's not going to be anything further. I mean, the FBI has more tools to investigate than we do, arguably, and if they couldn't find anything, then... But hey, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm not even going to say if I'm wrong. It's not even about me being wrong. If something comes out that's solid on any of this stuff and they publish a report, they won't go with that or whatever.
Well, it's the type of stuff too where he's going to be like, well, they didn't have enough information to work with, and it's like, well, they clearly did, but the system functions in a very specific way where, like, if you're one of those people that like reveals this information, highly classified information, in a substantive way, you're not going to have enough people backing you because it's all corrupted. It's like you don't know who to trust. It's like a game of Among Us. It's like a huge game of Among Us, and you're like, everyone's incentivized through either fear of like consequence of like getting killed or severely injured or a loved one getting killed, or they're bought off, or both. You know, like, so like it's like a huge game of like there's this like idea in his head where it's like, oh, the system's gonna function and work, and like you know, like they didn't have enough material to work with. Now that also could be the case, is they didn't have enough evidence, like meaningful evidence, to bring forward a meaningful case to some of these people, right? With Epstein, I think like there was a reason he was in jail, that they had something, that they were working with something. But like even that was more so because he just couldn't. It couldn't stop getting caught.
That, like, you're not going to have enough information to have a smoking gun conclusion there. It's just going to be a bunch of stuff that looks weird, and there's not going to be anything further. I mean, the FBI has more tools to investigate than we do, arguably, and if they couldn't find anything, then... But hey, listen, if I'm wrong, I'm not even going to say if I'm wrong. It's not even about me being wrong. If something comes out that's solid on any of this stuff, and they publish a report, they won't go with that or whatever.
Destiny coping. Send a link to an example of how bad some of the emails are. Destiny dismisses them and suggests that the FBI, run by the Trump administration, would have done it as something. Boomers say retarded fucking shit, and this can mean a billion retarded things. So, like, this one in particular, you just have to look at this one. This one is just like, okay, if like the earlier ones, you're like, okay, like it's cope, it's stupid, but you know, it's like, you know, some people just have bad takes. This one is just like, I don't even know how you reached the conclusion of getting to this, like saying this quote here. You're never going to guess exactly what email he reads to lead him to say that. You're just never going to guess. You're just never going to guess it. Hold on one second. The key to remember is that with the 2006 to 2007 things, Epstein pled guilty to but lesser charges, so he didn't have to go to trial for the other charges. Yeah. And he got like special sweetheart deals and shit like that because of that. So like he had like, I mean, he had connections to like almost everyone, it seems like, to in one way or another.
I'm with you on the no pedo ring shit, but some of these emails just look horrible and hard to defend. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. Like, dude, I don't know if we want to do this, because then all of chat, like, boomers say retarded fucking shit. And this could mean a billion retarded fucking things.
Your littlest girl was a little naughty. I feel like it's pretty straightforward, especially with all the added context, the added things with like all the other things that we've seen from the emails, and then the photos, and then Like, it's just all adds, it's like, there's no other interpretation in the number of victims. Like, I remember one of the specific things he said is like, it was on Iced Coffee or whatever. He was like, there's probably no more than like 2 victims or whatever. It's like, dude, like he just, even at that time, and I think especially at this time, he just doesn't know almost anything about this. Like, and he just like writes it all off. It's ridiculous. I don't know how you read, your littlest girl was a little naughty, especially in this context, and you're just like, that could mean a lot of, like, could mean a lot of different things. I mean, come on, it could mean a lot of different, like, I don't even understand where this.
But I mean, like, people have set their mind in one direction, and it's like all pedophile shit. Maybe that was this email. Thank you for a fun night. The child that you gave me was a super naughty child rape. Like,
I mean, like, it's hard to believe, but that's actually how the email, like, that's how they actually wrote in the emails. I know, like, probably if you're first, like, glance and looking at any of the stuff, you're like, there's no way that they would just straight out kind of say it. But they do. It is a little, you know, because some of the conspiracy theorists were like, you know, they would talk, you know, they would have to talk in code. It's like Pizzagate. It's like they would talk in code. And you would think, especially if they're trying to get away with it, it would be like, yeah, we're going to talk in code so it's not as obvious. But no. No, they didn't do that.
you just arrived. Sexy and cute equals 9 years old. Best regards.
By comparison, you could say that Lav is not very tall. She's pretty little. Yeah, but like, remember the full context of everything here, of all the emails, like every connection Jeffrey Epstein makes with all of these different people and the reputation he has, especially by the time he's already, you know, registered as a sex offender. Like, it's just pretty obvious. It's just pretty obvious. It's just like almost no other, I don't think there's any other meaning you can get from that with that context. And even with the idea of like exchanging an email with somebody else, I don't think I've ever thought of like a short girl. I don't think I've ever thought to myself, I would describe a short girl that I was attracted to as a little girl. You know, that language is very peculiar. Like, it's very peculiar. It's very specific. I think it's very, very specific. I don't think there's any room for interpretation on any other kind of way to look at it. I'm going to be like straight up. It's just like,
This is a weird one. Don't know what that is. Don't know what these attached pictures are. Did the FBI investigate it?
so this one says, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 9 years old. So he's saying, well, this one's peculiar. He can't even begin to be like, okay, this one's sus. This one's sus.
Let them investigate. What am I like?
He said, let them investigate, but they did investigate. They did tons of investigations and they did nothing with it. And it's just like he thinks like, especially with the Trump administration and the FBI, especially with Trump implicated in all this, he thinks that the FBI is going to do a thorough investigation. In this administration, it's like a just beyond stupid take. It's just so stupid. It's like unfathomably stupid.
Emails like this. What am I supposed to do with this?
What are you supposed to do with this? The general public asked for this. The victims wanted this all out because they weren't handling this appropriately. They weren't delivering justice. They weren't disclosing all this. And that, like, he didn't pay attention to anything related to the story about, like, at all. It's crazy. I had to consider why. I feel like I have to consider, it's like, I know Norman Finkelstein brought this up. He's like, there was no solid confirmation, but he was like, yeah, like Destiny's being paid by Israel. Like, he was being paid by Israel to have this conversation. Like, that's why he's brushing up. That's why, yeah, like, is it, I don't know if it's possible that he's still getting paid by Israel to, like, navigate, like either ignore this or anytime it's mentioned, just navigate it with like, it's just conspiracies and we're just not going to pay attention to it. I don't know if he's ever been paid by Israel, and if he has, if he's still being paid by Israel, but he operates like he is. Like, this is the way you would operate if you're just paid by Israel and just try to ignore it. And you're trying to like wave it off. Like, I feel like you would have to operate this way. There's no way. There's just no way, man.
Looks bad. I hope that somebody investigated it. What am I supposed to say? What do you like? Wow, crazy. That's crazy. Not good.
So yeah, here's his past take before reviewing it recently over again. Desi's Epstein take didn't age well. Hassan reviews a clip from a couple of years ago where OmniLiberal claimed the reality of the Epstein scandal was much simpler than what he believed to be fantastical ideas that other people were proposing then.
And I think what probably actually happened was you had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was a pervert, who paid off a ton of girls, not even the majority of them, a minority of them were underage, to come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes jerk him off. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few that were. I think 2 confirmed. I think only 2. And he just like, sometimes he would like send girls to go and like rub and tug his fucking friends or whatever. And that's it.
Do you think that any of it could have been for blackmail?
No. Absolutely.
It's just so ridiculous. Like, if you pay attention even slightly to like the things going around, like even before these files came out, if you just like all the circumstantial things, all the things added up, it's just, this is just a ridiculous take. This is just a really silly take. You're just like, okay, like there's no solid confirmations, but like 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. This kind of lines up. Like, it wouldn't surprise me as, like, the kind of takes, like, the like average normie would think, you know, about some of these things. You know, they'd be like, you know, he ended up with a lot of, like, billionaires. He had a lot of different connections. He lined us up with the, you know, the way he's able to get a sweetheart deal or whatever when he's, like, actually in trouble or whatever. The way he's able to, like, maneuver. It kind of... Where does he get his money from? It's like, it wouldn't really surprise me if he blackmails people, like, in high places. Like, you could, that's your starting point. That's your starting point. I don't even know how you don't even get to that starting point. Like, the bare basics of that starting point, where you're just like, no, he just sex trafficked some women. I don't want, you know, like, the overly simplified is like, huh?
First of all, only 2 child rapes or whatever is a crazy argument, okay? Just a little bit of child rape on the side, only 2. Great. A great argument, okay? But overall, it is quite remarkable how he is so consistently on the fucking wrong side. Like, he is notoriously wrong. I don't understand it. I don't know what it is. Is it the contrarian brain or whatever? I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because he's like constantly presenting himself as like in opposition to whatever I'm presenting, and then he, unfortunately for him, ends up running into this issue because I happen to be right, and then he, by definition, happens to be wrong. It's just pretty funny. This is from a couple years prior, by the way. I just saw a clip of this.
I won't say absolutely not, but right now there is 0 evidence whatsoever of that at all. And the idea
is bullshit. I wonder if his position has evolved since then, but it's just
it's like, it actually is kind of impressive to be continuously this wrong about things. It's an impressive display. I think it's like a talent. It's like a talent almost. Destiny doesn't know. A chatter confronts the OmniLiberal with being overly charitable to the emails he is reading in response. He is reading. In response, Destiny spurgs out about how he doesn't have the information and he doesn't know. Nobody can understand not having a position on something. Like, dude, like the cope here was crazy. Nobody can understand how you don't have a position on something. It was
I feel
like
you're giving the most charitable.
You're kind of giving people an indication that your position leans towards it being bullshit, and you just write it off without having looked into it, so you look like a fucking fool. Like, yeah, like, and then you read one of the most obvious things where it's like, yeah, that's seems like a pretty straightforward, like, this is like a pedophile comment here, and you're like reading the most charitable interpretation for that first one. It's just so crazy. It's just so crazy.
I feel like you're giving the most charitable possible explanation for every single email. I'm not. It could be. This could be some fucking pedophile shit. It could be. I'm not. Nobody can understand not having a position on something. You either are affirmative or you're negative. You're either yes or no. I'm not either. I don't know. This could be pedophile.
Yes, but like the way I would handle something if I didn't have like a position. The way I would handle something is I'd be like a lot more straightforward. I would just like dismiss something right off without having looked into it at all. Without even having begun to dip my toes, especially if it's something as serious as this. Like, I think, like, Destiny's in, like, the fucking, I don't know, the very small minority of people that would not believe there's anything, like, substantial here in all these files. Like, that there's not something, like, something seriously wrong with, like, what we just had revealed to us.
Could be bad, or it could not be. I don't have the information to
As
say.
if there wasn't a reason that, like, Trump wasn't, like, continuously, as if they weren't, like, putting off, releasing these files over and over and over, like, and they would just not budge for the longest. They had to be forced to. Like, you would think as someone who, like really hates Trump, too, you would press on this, too. Even, like, cynically, pragmatically, for your, like as a liberal Democrat or whatever, even if like it takes down some other Democrats or whatever. It's so strange. You'd be like, I don't know, this connection's a little funny, huh? Like, but like it just wouldn't, I guess. It was strange. It's very strange.
Hey, that's the whole point. If I don't have the information to make a conclusion, I just don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I don't know what I'm like, let's sit here and speculate, guys. Let's go through and speculate on the, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. This is not entertaining or exciting to me. It's not fun to sit here and speculate on this shit. This could be really bad. I'm not saying there's no chance it is. I'm saying I don't have the information to make a conclusion about it. Or to even speculate that much about it. I have no fucking idea. My guess is going to be, if the FBI has this email, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute equals 9 years old, best girls, whatever. There are picture attachments to this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures. I imagine the FBI or whoever's investigating this probably has these attachments. I don't know. Why were there no criminal charges filed? I don't know if there's a fucking, I don't know, Brazilian can refer to some other fucking
bullshit. Because he can't conceptualize corruption. He can't conceptualize it, especially with this Trump. Like, he can't conceptualize corruption. He understands corruption. But I'm saying, like, in this instance, like, for whatever reason, he's not putting two and two together. Like, the most obvious thing where it's like, because certain people are involved in this, that they cannot move forward like that because these are, like, substantial, like, significant, powerful people involved in these cases, and something like the FBI is controlled and run by these powerful people. Like, he just, especially right now, does he not understand? He can't conceptualize it here.
Some retarded guy who's, I don't know, I just have no idea. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to.
They would have done something. They would have done something. No.
I don't know what I'm supposed to speculate from this. This is boring to me. I don't care. What's the good interpretation of this?
Should they do something? Yes. But are they? No.
I guess the only interpretation is that this is an international sex pedophile, whatever, trafficking ring, and that all these people were involved in it, and they all knew, and they all covered it up. There you go. Okay? I believe you. There, I believe it. There, I said it. Okay? That's what's happened. Go get them all. Okay? Go do it.
Okay. And then, let's see. Destiny cannot conceptualize corruption. Quote, my guess is that there wasn't enough here for the FBI to charge anybody. For some reason, all the files exist in the investigation app, but nothing was destroyed. Again, a lot of it was like circumstantial evidence. A lot of it was testimonies. There's certain videos or certain pictures that lead you to big indications of wrongdoing from the main party figures, right? The main people like Trump or the main people like Epstein or whatever. But a lot of it like isn't as substantial. There's like interconnecting things within the files that reveal like a much larger potential sex trafficking ring.
I think
You
pretty
just
sure.
don't, your issue is you just don't believe in the idea that it's like there's some billionaire pedophile ring out there.
It's
with
Epstein
shipping-
almost certainly, and he killed himself. I think over it. Almost certainly, or it seems like was from beyond reasonable. I don't see exactly what the criminal charges were. Was getting a bunch of people to find him young and sometimes underage girls to fuck. That seems like incontrovertible. I think nobody disagrees with that. But that's not what anybody talks about when they talk about the Epstein files. They're saying that the strong claim is, and this is what most of my chat even believes, and if they try to phrase this as a straw man or something different, they're fucking lying because they just don't want to admit it. What they believe is that Epstein was bringing young girls to a variety of billionaires, politicians, and celebrities, watching them fuck said young girls.
There's
while
other
reporting-
people that believe that Epstein isn't dead. Also, there's tons of ways this could go that Epstein could be alive. I'm not sure though if that's like real or not. Like is like.
So that he could have blackmail on all these people, so that there was a giant pedo blackmail ring created that was able to force these people to cover for each other and do a whole bunch of other bad shit in finance and billionaire shit, in politics, with the political people they have, or with celebrities to get more people involved. That's like the strong claim, and that's what most
Yeah. So like, the idea also is going to be like, I think he's going to say something like, well, like Epstein's already dead or whatever, and it's like why would they kill him or whatever if he has the black? It was something like he has the blackmail stuff. It could be revealed.
believe with this, and that it impacts everybody, all the billionaires and all the politicians, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump.
Like
and
the
all
idea with the Mossad would have it, all the blackmail stuff, and then I think I don't know about the connection to Russia. I think he worked with Russia or whatever as well. They might have they say they have like certain blackmail materials and stuff like that, especially on Trump. So I mean, I think he had a connection. He might have gave some of that material to them.
And whatever celebrities are involved as well. But it's like I don't know if I've ever seen strong evidence that like a single other person besides and then also there's something for the Mossad is in here apparently, and the Russian compromise is in here and everything else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen any strong evidence that he was like feeding girls to another person, especially for blackmail purposes. But I mean, that's like the claim that everybody goes with. But I don't know. Maybe it'll end up being true. Maybe there's information that people can connect in the emails, and then they can go and do investigative journalist work that the FBI couldn't get to for whatever reason, or because other countries decided to start contributing shit to it. Maybe. But my guess is that there wasn't enough to find anything here to charge anybody. So it's probably not going to be anything in the emails for us to draw strong conclusions from. But there's going to be a ton of juicy stuff for people to make a lot of theories or whatever.
You don't think they're going to go through this and like connect the fucking dots that the FBI couldn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Or, well, no, their claim is that the reason why the FBI didn't charge any of this was because everybody was telling them to cover for the wealthy billionaire, political, and celebrity friends. That's why nothing was charged. So for some reason, all the files exist, and the investigation happened, and nothing was deleted or destroyed, or at least most of it wasn't, but they were also strong enough to keep any charges.
If they were going to keep everything like hidden or whatever, then do they not think that they would just destroy everything? That was like...
Well, I don't know. Or never even do the investigation, I guess.
I don't know the answer directly to that, why they would... do an investigation and hold all that material. My guess is that it would function in the way where not every single individual is involved and in the know or whatever. So obviously they would operate as if like you have to do these investigations. You have to keep this material on in a database anyway. It functions like as if it is a place actually doing its job or whatever. I don't think they would just directly delete any of these things, all of these cases or any of this, because then it would be a lot more sus or whatever. There would be especially if it was specific people deleting this material or whatever. You wouldn't want to have all this stored somewhere. So I don't know the exact answer to something like that. But I think there is a general reason is that I think it would be too obvious if you just didn't do the investigations at all. Like I don't think that's how it functions. I'm pretty sure like anyone who's doing the investigations in the FBI or whatever, whenever they're doing these investigations, there are plenty of them that are actually good faith and not involved in the corruption or whatever. And then there's like a behind the scenes thing that makes puts a pause in the case or blockades the case from going anywhere forward or whatever because of a behind the scenes influence or whatever is how I would guess how it all functions. Like I don't think you could just say the entire FBI, every single individual in the FBI. I don't think anyone's saying that. It's like why wouldn't they delete the any of the investigations? Why wouldn't they delete any evidence, or why would they do the investigation at all if they're in on it? It's like I don't think it functions in a way that you're saying that we're saying it is, like that every single individual in the FBI is in on it. Obviously, I don't think that's the case. Epstein killed himself? Destiny, Epstein sweep arc has begun. Why would anyone kill this guy if he was a part of a big blackmail ring? This guy was so powerful that he could influence the entire investigation, but couldn't keep himself from getting arrested. Well, yeah, like if you're like doing so obvious enough behavior and you're getting constantly, if you have constantly victims telling their stories or whatever about you or whatever, and you gain enough attention or whatever, you're probably going to get arrested, yes. And he used that influence that he had to get sweetheart deals and put himself into better positions or whatever. So he would get into significantly, he would have significantly less horrible consequences. But like if you're like constantly getting caught or whatever, like, yeah, you're gonna get arrested again. Like the entire FBI or any other government agency, not every single individual's in on it. So yeah, you'd probably be getting arrested by people who believe, like, are not in on the grand scheme, on the inner workings of who you're connected to or whatever behind the scenes. Yeah, like, yeah, you would get arrested. So like, this is like a dumb question inherently, I think. And then it's like, why would anyone kill this guy if he was a part of a big blackmail ring? My guess is, if I remember correctly, wasn't Epstein going to snitch? Was he going to like reveal some information, some pivotal information or anything like that? Was Epstein going to cooperate? With authorities? Yeah, he was set to cooperate. So, yeah, if he's set to cooperate, then, like, I mean, people believe it was Trump. It could be, like, with all the connections he made, for all you know, it was definitely, like, especially if it's a Mossad agent, like, his way of getting fired could be being killed or whatever. Could be, like, numerous different people. All the connections he's made, all the people he's potentially blackmailing, you know, if he's trying to cooperate, if he was willing to cooperate, at a certain point, like, that's like some pivotal information where it's like you don't want any of that out. So I would imagine that's the reason why. He was set to potentially cooperate with the feds in his sprawling sex trafficking case, with lawyers from both sides huddling just 2 weeks before he killed himself in jail. Newly released FBI files show federal prosecutors met with lawyers for the twisted pedophile financier on July 29th, 2019, when his camp, in very general terms, discussed the possibility of a resolution of the case and the possibility of the defendant's cooperation. According to an FBI record made public in Epstein files last week. Wow, there he is, just in case. Don't know if it gets any more aggressive. Nah, it doesn't. Okay. Cool. It was suggested that the defense counsel contacted SDNY if Epstein was prepared to accept responsibility for his conduct, and or they had a specific proposal for a resolution of this case. On Friday, the Department of Justice released its biggest file dump in the case to date, making public 3.5 million pages of investigative materials. So yeah, like he was potentially going to be cooperative, and Lord only knows what information he would have like given specifically about any party, probably Trump. Like, who knows? Like, so, like, word gets out, you know, people don't want that information out. They're like, oh, this guy's going to, like, snitch? Oh, okay. I think it's pretty straightforward.
The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but
So he's close with presidents, prime ministers all over the world, but yeah, the FBI is going to stop him. Do you hear yourself, Destiny? Yeah, but do you understand how retarded you are? Because then it's like, because you probably believe then that he was murdered by Trump or whatever, or that somebody went and killed him. Why would anybody kill this guy if he was part of a big blackmail ring? The whole point of getting
Again, because he was going to snitch. It's very straightforward.
the blackmail is so that you don't get murdered or even arrested or even investigated. That's the whole point of having the blackmail. So this guy was so powerful.
Yeah, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's like you would have the blackmail, you would never get murdered or investigated or arrested. It's just like I don't know why he thinks this.
Powerful that this guy could influence the entire investigation from the FBI and all these other departments. Everybody else was doing research. You could do all that, but he couldn't keep himself from getting arrested and thrown in prison. What a fucking retard! Even a
Yes, actually.
Avoided the fucking police for longer than that. Come on.
but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one,
He was the fall guy. Oh god.
but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name, or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not.
Because he can't release the blackmail. Holy shit. What? Because he's dead? There's no way. There's no dead man switch. What a great idea for blackmail. I've got the strongest blackmail ever. Really?
I don't know who said that. I don't even know why they like bought into the idea where it's like, oh, because he couldn't release the blackmail. It's like, I'm pretty confident any blackmail that he had and saved up, like obviously he sent that to Mossad.
Where is it? It's on this phone right here, and I'm the only person that can unlock it. Really? So if you died, nobody would be able to release it? That's right. Guess what happens right now? Yeah, what the
Like
fuck?
he had that and he gave it like this is under the impression. This would be under the impression that he's not like a Mossad agent or he's not an agent of some government agency. Like in the very least, it would be reasonable to think like, I don't know, this guy's whole life is a little sketchy. Like it would be safe to say to some degree he would be working with some government agency, some foreign government agency. I don't know, man. He operates in a very funny way. Destiny doesn't think snitches get stitches? Apparently not. Oh, and then I found this comment kind of strange here. Yeah, Putin probably has it as well. Yeah, I'm pretty confident they probably have a good chunk of stuff. I'm not sure if like Epstein would be the one that gave it to him or whatever, but wouldn't surprise me. I think he worked with Russia here or there as well, but I think he was primarily Mossad. So I found this comment really strange. Underage woman. In the middle of going over a CoffeeZilla video on the Epstein files, Destiny tries to figure out if billionaires are sharing women. While doing this, Destiny starts referring to little girls as underage women. Like this is a strange. This is just like a strange kind of like Freudian slip kind of moment of like it reveals like your like psychology a little bit like.
Privately, I love you. You can come back anytime with your harem.
What do you think they mean by harem? Women that you're fucking, or women that look attractive, that are women that make it look like they're fucking you? But are these underage women, or just like women that harem is a group of women under your control? Yeah, women. Yeah, but is it
are they underage women? That's just like that's just like little girls, dude. That's basically just children. You could have just used are they underage teens or something like that, a little bit more specific. I don't know why you would load it as underage women. It's a weird look into the psychology of this guy.
billionaire sharing a harem? No, okay, true. That's
very strange. It's just like it's like the particular language there is just it's very weird. It's very weird. It's very weird. Very weird.
As I am, you watch.
So someone named Schleppy made a video on his horrible Epstein take. Let's see if we can dig a little bit further. Maybe he says some other dumb things, or maybe it's just the same video, the iced coffee hour thing. We'll see where this guy goes with this video here.
Watch a lot of clips, and you see a lot of people say a lot of things. And I remember over a year ago, Destiny talking about the Epstein files. And this came in the form of Substance posting a clip of Hassan reacting to Destiny's take on Epstein. Now on this channel, I don't think I've personally done enough to react to all the Epstein stuff that's continually being drip fed day by day. We get a little bit more. And the reality is everything that's out right now is horrible. It's bad. But it's also the tip of the spear. There is so much more that has to come out. This administration is run by a person who was best friends with Epstein. As you can imagine, there might be a conflict of interest in releasing all of the files. And I also want to bring this up, all right? As much as Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton have been consistently used to obfuscate Donald Trump's involvement with Epstein.
By the way, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are supposed to speak. I don't know when. Hillary and Bill Clinton. Is this a real email? Part of the misinformation thing and like is that this tweet is for entertainment and is a satire. Good. Can we not do this? Can we not just make fake emails? It's kind of important even for entertainment purposes. It's just no. Can we because you're just like if you just put it out straight like this, you need to put like even in the like the first tweet, you need to make it like clear that this is like parody or whatever, because I'm kind of getting sick and tired of like feeling like, okay, like I gotta verify this myself. It's very fucking annoying, and it's usually never funny enough to like if I read this right now, is this funny enough for you to do this? Because I like immediately read this and I'm like, is this real? And I was like, did I like miss this? And it's like, is this even funny enough? Hillary Clinton goes to her doctor for a checkup only to find out that she's pregnant. To Jeffrey Epstein. She is furious. Here she is in the middle of dealing with the Libyan mess. Now this has happened to her. She calls home and gets Bill on the phone and immediately starts screaming, "You bastard! I can't get like this is not funny. Like you're not funny. It didn't not funny. Didn't laugh. Fuck off. Immediately. Fuck off. Fuck off. Not funny, didn't laugh, not even close." Anyway, Bill and Hillary Clinton now agreed to testify before Congress. They agreed to testify before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee as part of the panel's investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It's a remarkable reversal for the former president and secretary of state. What are they going to do with this? What's the game plan? Why are they supposed to do this? Are they going to make it public too, right? After months of refusing to cooperate, the Clintons announced that they were now willing to comply with the subpoenas as the House Rules Committee was in the middle of meeting to tee up consideration on the contempt resolutions for later in the week. The unexpected turn of events scrambled the GOP's plans, and it's not quite clear what comes next. They look forward to setting a precedent that applies to everyone. Oh my God. Is this like a, so, you know, all right. Listen. If I'm dying, you're dying. So, if I'm dying, you're dying too, motherfucker. Is that the game plan? I would truly be baffled. You would think they would just be like, nah, they're gonna have to. You would think they would run off or some shit. If you try to move forward, that would be insane. The top Democrat on the House Oversight, Representative Robert Garcia of California, told reporters, "I mean, that would be unprecedented. It would be clearly a demonstration that Comer is actually not interested in hearing the Clintons, but he's only interested in political games. I think it would be a huge disservice to the survivors into the investigation. Republicans want to give Trump the ability to prosecute and put the Clintons in jail. That's what this is really about. It's a snake pit."
I think that's annoying because Donald, you were his bestie.
Well, like Trump also said,
remain grounded.
Trump said recently, he's just like, I don't like that they're going after Bill Clinton. I don't like that they're doing that. Why are they going after Bill Clinton, motherfucker? You've been talking shit on Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton for like quite a while now. What are you talking about? What's Blood talking about? Is he nervous? Is Blood nervous? What's going on?
centered here. Both of these parties have involvement with Epstein. I guarantee that there are people on both sides of the aisle that do not want this shit to leak. Now, that being said, Destiny's take on the Epstein files always pissed me off. He treated it as some nothing burger. It doesn't matter. Who cares? It wasn't even that big of a deal. That, of course, in reference to one of the worst human traffickers of all time, a serial pedophile that has gotten some of the most powerful people in the world all on one island to vacation together and touch kids. Bankrolled, of course, by none other than Israel. Also helps that a lot of the emails that continue to come out paint Epstein as a Jewish supremacist, referring to the term goyim, finds itself numerous times within the Epstein files. Listen, I'm not saying Israel was completely behind this, but they definitely were at least kind of behind it. And maybe that's why someone like Destiny, who's defended Israel so strong.
Isn't he like confirmed? Like, it's not speculation. There's something solid there. I forgot. I have just so many. Epstein, Assad. Like, it's not like even remotely speculation now. That's almost part of the problem, is that there's so much fucking shit out there that you just like. New release documents revealed that the FBI was aware that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly a co-opted Mossad agent trained under an Israeli prime minister. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Dershowitz, belonged to both U.S. and Allied intelligence services, and Allied Mossad would then call Dershowitz. They never directly say it here. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and United Arab Emirates are allied against Qatar. There's like every indication. Yeah, he was also trained under Uad Barak, and he was given advice to Uad Barak, yeah. Like every indication. I don't think there's really room for doubt. And also he was wearing the IDF, so like it's like every indication possible. Like it's like I don't even think this guy has to say, oh, like he might have been, like I think he's being safe here, where it's just like I don't want to inadvertently, if I'm not certain of this. But like I'm 99%, if there was any like sliver of 1% doubt, it's only in the fact that like from what I've seen, it feels like most of it like is just basically just like giving you every indication. I think I even saw like emails where it was basically like it was his brother was getting threatened by like the boss, and like the indications from what I saw of those emails, it feels like people were putting the connections that it was like certain things that were being said about the boss is that it was like Netanyahu or whatever, and like there was certain locations, certain events that he was going to that they were like tracing or whatever. Dude, like people were doing like some like since you're gonna redact a lot of these, we're gonna figure out who these people are, and we're just gonna put the like clues together or whatever. So yeah, I'm like. It's like 99.999999999%, and it's like I can only have the only sliver of 0.1% of doubt, only because like it's not like there's nothing like super duper direct where it's like it, but like come on, let's be real. I did not have sex with redacted. Yeah.
Finds it so difficult to find child rape and Epstein and all these people involved. Maybe he finds it normal. I don't know what to tell you guys. Anywho, let's watch this clip and then we'll watch the broader video that this clip comes from.
A guy like Epstein, who was a pervert. And I think what probably
here's a strange thing too. Like a lot of people are like a lot of like everyday people, if they were smart enough and they were like thorough enough, could probably do some insane like gross like people do this. Even for smaller, smaller groups or whatever, do some insane, like horrible, disgusting, degenerate, like child trafficking or trafficking women or whatever, stuff like that. They do that all the time. It's like you're gonna seriously tell me that like you can't conceptualize the idea of like a billionaire cabal of people being like largely connected and having their own like come on. This is always more than plausible, especially with the level of power that they have. I don't know. It's kind of silly of like Destiny to just completely write it off. Like it's just so silly. Like you cannot even fathom the idea that that could be real. It basically is just like, oh, like I don't like the idea of conspiracies because like, you know, there's just not enough to go off, and people who usually it's like buying in. It's like the level one take of like, you know, you look deranged because like you're putting the connecting dots together or whatever, and like you don't have enough to go off to say that this is a certainty. It's like, yeah, I guess you can't say it's a certainty, but like there are certain like conspiracies where it's like, oh, like I can actually see how like that's a plausible like that, how that's like plausibly true. I'm not saying it's certainly true. I don't know if I believe this, but like I can see it being true. You know what I mean? It's just like it's like having an understanding of like every person who makes a conspiracy is as crazy as Alex Jones is not exactly accurate, you know? I think it's fair to kind of like just be like skeptical, obviously. But it's like, you know, I don't know. I want to just write something off immediately.
You had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was
a what?
Pervert.
A pervert. Okay. Off rip.
Also the language. Who's a pervert. He's just a gooner. Was Epstein just a gooner?
We're using some really soft language when describing Jeffrey Epstein. We'll let it continue.
Who paid off a ton of girls. Not even the majority of them. A minority of them were underage.
A minority of them were underage. All right.
To come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes jerk him off.
And sometimes. This is not looking good. Steven, why are you...
The majority of it was probably...
What? The vast majority
that's the other thing. It's like he clearly didn't even do enough research to like have an accurate assessment of like the general story in of itself. Just based off what he's saying, how he's describing it here, it's just like, oh no, man, do you want to go watch a documentary or something like that, or look at the story more thoroughly? Read a little bit of Wikipedia to get a little bit of a better understanding of like people's, you know, concerns. And then if you want to like if you're gonna talk about this, like at least accurately assess like the things that people are proclaiming that he did wrong. Supposedly Epstein was involved in the Iran-Contra deal. There's a lot of different things that he was like connected to or that he was trying to get done. He was like involved in like influencing like Activision to do microtransactions for like one of the Call of Duty games. I think it was like Black Ops or whatever. Just strange things. He like influenced the 4chan creator guy to like bring it back or whatever, and then like he had an influence in like, and thus having an influence in like kind of how like where Gamergate went and stuff like that. Like tons of different like random shit that I'm like not even necessarily random, but you know what I mean? Like just tons of things that you would just not initially think like he had even the remotest connection to. Like Epstein psyoped like a generation of young men into their like Nazi ideology, their incel 4chan-esque ideology. It's actually insane. In fact, no one but Maxwell and Epstein were prosecuted out of those files implies there is solid reason to believe that there was a large amount of conspiring going on. Here's the other thing is like, I think Destiny asked this himself. He's like, why didn't like Maxwell get killed then? Well, like, again, like, it seemed like Epstein was the only one willing to cooperate. Maxwell didn't seem to be willing to cooperate. I don't know, like, now, I don't know what made Epstein even consider in his position to be like, I'm willing to cooperate. I have no idea why he thought that was a good idea. But apparently, he thought that was a good idea. He thought he would be safe or something. I have no idea. Maxwell was like apparently smart enough at the time to be like, I don't care if I'm in this fucking prison. Dude, like they could get me here. I don't know. I don't know. Hundreds of girls and 2 perps. Yeah, right.
What?
besides?
massages and sometimes jerk them off. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few that were. I think
Vast majority was probably legal. Some of them minors probably weren't.
I think, listen, there's some bad clips of me on the internet. I'm not going to deny it, but you'll never find a clip of me saying, he only 2 minors with Epstein. Only 2. What the fuck is that? Who says that? What possessed him? Why did you go down this route? Listen, bro, this is the problem. The problem is Destiny trusts the American establishment too much. He thinks it's all good. It's all rosy out here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, I don't think he wants to come to terms with the idea that the American establishment isn't trustworthy and hasn't been trustworthy because he has such a specific neoliberal framework where it's just like, I believe in, it's like an American supremacist idea. It really is like, you're just like obsessed with American supremacy. Ultimately, you believe like you're a Western chauvinist. You believe like in Western superiority, at least in terms of morality and legality, and how like we're all functional. We can't possibly be corrupt enough, like, or at least like there is a good portion of us not corrupt enough to be influenced into a worse direction, or at least if it goes into where it's going now, there's going to be like a fighting force to counteract that, in the very least. But it's just it's very naive. It's a very naive perspective, unfortunately. Destiny is no different than Shapiro when it comes down to any controversy that involves Israel. Yeah, well, here's the other concern is Norman Finkelstein said like that he had a reliable connection, a reliable person who had given him information that Destiny was paid to participate in the debate with him and Benny and all, I forgot the other guy's name, but on the Lex Freeman stuff. But it implied like he was getting paid by Israel in general. And then the Israel trip, and it's like I'm led to think like I feel like takes like this, I don't know. There's like some part of me that thinks I don't think it's just as simple as that. Like I think he's smarter than that. And I think this is like a bought and paid for kind of take. You know what I mean? Like I'm leaning towards that a little bit. I don't know. Do I believe this guy is like, he's stupid, but is he that stupid? I don't know. I feel like he's incentivized. That's just my guess. It's just a guess. Like I don't know this. But it wouldn't surprise me is what I'm saying. He doesn't care about underage girls and consent. Well, yeah. Yeah. What's up, Farflight? When Robert Maxwell was done being useful, he fell off his yacht, and there's really interesting elements about what the official explanation where Maxwell got all his money, which could have been seriously swept up. Yeah. There's a lot of different things. I just like jumbling around in my head or whatever. When I had to get organized one time, just like put it all together in a fairly compact way, but it's so fucking much that you're like, what the, like, my mind is broken. My mind is shattered. It's like insane.
Bro, half of it is pedophiles, half of it is Israeli supporters, and both halves are the same people. Bro, I was so sad when I saw photos of Mamdani with Epstein. Now, apparently, Associated Press is saying that they're AI generated. Okay, let's see. Do they have the photo on hand? They're not really showing the photo. Thank God, bro. Thank God it's AI. I know.
Well, the like idea that this was like Mamdani's mom or whatever, that happened to be. This is an AI one, but apparently she did go to like a general party or whatever. It wasn't an Epstein party as far as I remember. It was like a party that Epstein happened to be at that time. Again, you know, if there's anything else to give us an indication of like Mamdani's mom being further involved, then, you know, we'll see. But like just generally being at an event or whatever and having to take a photo with Epstein could be a red flag. But it's not always going to be the case that means that you're directly connected into anything specific related to Epstein further. Fun, the doxing thing. But yeah.
Oh, he was just a baby, but thank God. Okay, let's watch this clip in its entirety. Destiny's hot take on Jeffrey Epstein, and then it's misunderstood pointing at Jeffrey Epstein.
I want to misunderstood. Know about Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him? What a disappointment. My God.
You have all the answers, right? To Jeffrey Epstein.
Here's what
Yeah,
happened.
being near Epstein once or twice isn't really indicative of much. The guy got around, yeah. Yeah, you have to keep this in mind too. Yeah, you have to keep this in mind too. Also, here's the other thing is it could be the case. What was Bill Gates' story or whatever? It was the stuff that we have is that he got an STD from like Russian girls or something like that. Is there any indication of the age of the, like, I'm pretty sure they're probably trafficked. Okay, so that much is already bad. Would not surprise me if they're underage. And obviously you're hanging around a sex offender. So just in general, Bill Gates is, there's like so many major red flags. That alone is condemnable, I think. Bill Gates, Epstein. What was it? What was the
Well, the other person, another very prominent person caught up in all this is Bill Gates, of course, claims that he...
I don't know if there was like a specific thing about him being with anyone underage. That being said, none of this is still acceptable. I think, from everything that we can gauge, I don't think, from what I can gauge, I think he should have known better, and I think he knew who he was hanging around. I'm going to be real. I think he knew who he was hanging around. What kind of person
sexually
this was.
transmitted disease from a Russian woman. He's denied that publicly. But listen to Melinda Gates, the former wife of Bill Gates, talking about all of this.
Whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me. Well, and I am so happy to be away from all the muck that was there.
She's happy she's no longer married to Bill Gates. She's happy to be away from the muck, as she put it. And we've just seen this interview with Bill Gates on Channel 9.
It's actually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes
I don't believe that. I'm real.
out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
There we go. I never met any women. Wow, this is getting curiouser and curiouser, Esther.
Yes, it is. And unfortunately for Bill Gates, now he has to probably deal with the insinuation, at least for many people, that Melinda chose to divorce him and get herself out of that world. Also because of his association or his tenuous links, which he denies, with Jeffrey Epstein. The allegation that he presumably got an STD from a Russian prostitute that was associated with Jeffrey Epstein was actually written in a note by Jeffrey Epstein to himself. So it wasn't actually a form of correspondence. So their allegations...
Can we find that note? Bill Gates. Oh, wait. Sorry, hold on. I'm sidetracked, but it's still related to Epstein thing. Dude, what was it? Dude, this tweet. Elon Musk is such a fucking loser. Where is this tweet? Whoever said money can't buy happiness really knew what they were talking about. Dude really tweeted that after all the Epstein stuff. After he pathetically was just like, "Oh, can I go on the island? Can I go on the island?" And then later, like, "You're a fucking loser." But and in a more polite way, they're just like, we're a little at capacity. We're at capacity right now. What a fucking dork. What a fucking dork. Epstein note. Drafts a letter to Bill Gates accusing him of using Epstein as a fall guy for a massive cover-up, asking him to delete any emails involved in the two. Draft was sent by Epstein to himself. Emails from 2013, long after Epstein was a registered sex offender and known pedophile. Let's save it so we can just get a better zoom in on this. Some high-level cheating. Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you have chosen to both disregard and discard our friendship, developed over the last 6 years. I am aware that accidents happen. It is how each of us have chosen to deal with this unfortunate event that has me dismayed beyond comprehension. You have decided to discharge me from my job. Had Larry, your PR person, tell me that I engaged in morally inappropriate behavior and then asked me to be the major actor in a cover-up so that you can maintain the reputation that you have worked so hard to achieve. Shortly after my critical eye operation, I spent my day having your emails read to me so as not to miss a beat. When I could see out of one eye, my first task was to correct my vision in that one eye so that I could read them myself. I assumed the dedication to our relationship ran both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement and have categorically told me that you were of the firm mind that we should no longer have any direct ongoing business relationship, with a total disregard for its impact on the public perception of my reputation. You have requested that I diligently avoid the truth. Tell people that Bill will not invest with me and craft and answers that suit yours and Melinda's needs. In fairness, you did agree to send you a letter of recommendation. Wait, I think he meant send me a letter of recommendation. Yeah, okay. You did agree to send me a letter of recommendation should a future employer ask for one. You have told me that Melinda insists on me ignoring our friendship. Wait, did he mean you? On you ignoring our friendship? I'm going to assume, because it doesn't even make sense. Wait, you have told me that, yeah. I don't know why you would say me here. You have told me that Melinda insists on you ignoring our friendship, not even communicating with you unless, wait. Dude, this guy cannot, am I reading this wrong? I feel like I'm reading this right because you have told me that Melinda insists on you ignore, whatever. I'm just going to read it how he fucking writes it. Fuck this guy. You have told me that Melinda insists on me ignoring our friendship, not even communicating with you unless Larry is copied or present. Though you have consistently maintained that I could not have done a better job and that I was underpaid compared to my contribution, you then, beyond all sense of fairness and frankly decency, said that as generous compensation for keeping the Gates reputation intact, you would let me keep what we agreed I had already owned, the investment participations, and give me a total of 2 years severance, similar to that of Christine Turner, a casualty of a former accident. I can assure you that if the shoe was on the other foot, I would have said, Boris, this is not your fault. I confessed to Melinda. You didn't. I was in a moment of weakness, and I promise that I will do anything within my power to make it right for you. I have more money than anyone needs, and I do my utmost to structure something so that you will not be penalized for my error. Lucky for me, I have enough money to mediate a horrible situation. Though it will not heal the injury, it will make you secure in your future. In addition, I will bend over backwards to make sure your next career is rewarding and on an upswing. I appreciate the fact that this event drastically alters your plans, and am very aware of the career path you gave up to join the foundation. I am very sorry, but as I believe time heals all wounds, the terrible pain felt currently will eventually pass. In that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you so had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, will buy you out of the investment contract we had agreed. 30 to 40% of a $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's dollars. Terms and conditions to be agreed. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how unemployable I am and that I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to the injury, you then subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails regarding your STD with tears in his eyes. Jesus. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can I cannot say this right now. Surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to beep. That is another topic that must remain between the two of us. In return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought. What a drama queen. What is this? What is it? What is this guy up to? What's he doing? What's he doing? Is it these images part of the files? I don't know.
No, the apparent.
I never met any woman. I never went to the island.
Apparently, Jeffrey wrote an email to himself.
He wrote an email to himself.
That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that. It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing.
Yeah, he never sent it apparently. He drafts a letter accusing him of using. A tweet soon after the round of leaks that showed how Epstein was directly personally handling the polio campaign talks between Bill Gates and Imran as far back as 2013. Why did this psycho talk like an AI bot? This is a good question, actually. Bill just landed in London and he's having back-to-back messages. Oh, wait, meetings for the next 3 days. No calls with Imran. Not sure if he had a call earlier in the week. I will ask him. Anyway.
Here's what people wanted there to be. People think that there are a bunch of politicians and billionaires that are raping kids all day long. And
that's exactly what happened.
Love that theory. It's just such a fun, awesome theory. Hillary Clinton was involved in it. Bill Clinton was involved
It's
in it.
not even a fun, awesome theory. It's actually fucking horrifying. This is only a fun, awesome theory if you want to make content like Destiny or something like that, or like if you're like a fucking psychopath. Like, it's just disturbing. It really is just as simple as that. It'd be a much easier, much more acceptable world if this theory wasn't true. Like, you kind of do expect like some billionaires or some like celebs, some powerful people to be doing stuff like that. This is like not surprising all too often, but to the level and extent that it is right now, it's not a fun, awesome theory. It's deeply, deeply, like, it explains a lot. It explains a whole lot. If we're being real, but it's horrifying. It's not fun. I don't think this is fun. He only sounds disappointed he never made it to the island's guest list. Jeez. It'd be suck so bad that he's just coincidentally photographed with once-in-a-generation pedophile, secretly drugging your wife over STDs you introduced into the relationship's next-level psycho shit. Yeah. There's some insane shit to be doing. Yeah.
All like Prince Andrew, all the billionaires, all of them. Okay.
Prince Andrew was definitely involved in it. That chick was passed out. Oh my God. Listen, guys, I don't know about
Dude, this image alone is just like, okay. I don't think there's very many situations where the context of this is, actually, especially in this scenario, there's no context. There's literally no, like, you can't just, there is just none. There's just none. There's literally zero. I was going to say, and I don't even think this is acceptable. I don't think there is an acceptable, there's just no way to look at that photo and be like, that's okay. Like, even if you wanted to make this this remark of like, oh, it's like, it's an elaborate joke. It's like a really elaborate dark joke. It's like, no, I even then, I don't think, no. That's just gross. That's just gross. That's just gross. I'm just gonna be real. I don't think so.
But she looks passed out. She does not look conscious if she's even of age. Okay, you're like best case scenario. This passed out woman is of age. That's not a good case scenario. That's not good. Even that is not good. It's all bad. This guy, bro, and there's somebody back here that's kicked up. Like this is a normal thing. Dog, these files are the worst thing ever.
Like, did Destiny ever find this photo? I'm gonna be curious. Can we go to his VOD where he was? Because I didn't watch all of his VOD, admittedly. Did he ever like see photos like this or? Like, it would be interesting to see if he was just like, oh, there could be context to this, or this. No, I don't care about this. That's 7 minutes.
Sunak is as English as Tizer and Wi-Fi network. Along.
Is this from the same day? I can't remember. Maybe. This is a little bit back. Okay, yeah, he's reading a little bit of this. Yeah, I don't know. Because it feels like the way he interacts with all this is basically just dismissive and kind of like half paying attention, like kind of ignoring and just being like, I guess if it's bad, it's bad, or let it all be solved out or whatever. But like, I feel like there's some like pretty insane shit here that like you would look at and be like, I'm actually concerned for how our society functions if it's just this deeply rotted. If it's all interconnected in this deep of a way. I don't think he sees anything like that.
All right, let's continue with Destiny's defense of Jeffrey Epstein.
And then when a story like this comes out, yes, you finally, okay, QAnon, the pizza shop, everything is coming together, okay? This is it.
Pizza. Fuck, bro. Every fucking email has the term pizza in it. By the way, pizza gets 100% real. You're not changing my mind. And by the way, isn't it a little weird that like the only damage in the entire shop was to some hard drive that had a shotgun bullet in it or whatever the fuck it was? Isn't it also weird that all the security cameras in the pizza place were
Wait, why does he say every email has pizza involved in it? What the fuck is this guy talking about? Now, is this guy saying some dumbass shit? I'm pretty confident that's entirely wrong. I think they did mention, like, they might have done it once for something else. I don't know if it was related to trafficking children for the codes. I don't think I don't, because they were just outright saying this shit publicly. They weren't using codes or anything from memory. Maybe they decided to do it once or twice. But like to say it was every email, obviously it wasn't. It was obviously not. I don't know the full context of any of this. Butt cake sounds great, but I need a pizza. I mean, maybe. For anyone who's outraged by the email sent to Jeffrey Epstein stating, I love the torture video, where were you in 2016 when Tony Batista's email to John Batista stating that he was still in torture chamber after a fun last night? I love the torture video. I guess they probably spoke in code every once in a while. I suppose. Okay, this one's just straightforward. Like, yeah, there's a silicone replica of my butt. Okay, that's not in reference to pizza. I mean, I suppose. Like, I wasn't hard stuck on saying that, like, this total bullshit, the pizza thing, but. Wendy, no problem at all to include me on the Epstein Maxwell notifications going forward, but I wanted to let you know that because of my unit move, the office transitioned me off the case and added blank blank blank. So if you wouldn't mind including her on the notifications. I mean, I don't know. What if, hear me out on this, what if they have other code names that aren't under pizza or pasta, just the usual words we know? Most of these people, oh, this guy's just being anti-Semitic straight up. He'd say most of these people are Jews. They're using bagel and cream cheese as code words. Okay. Despite the anti-Semitism, are they using bagel and cream cheese as code words in here? Maybe. You said get cream cheese too. Cream cheese tomorrow. Very good little... I suppose that could be the case here. Yeah, they could have used multiple other different various codes like this. Maybe they switched up codes here or there. But like a lot of the cases, it just kind of seems like in general, they were just like straightforwardly just saying like, oh, you know, I'm into little children, or I love the torture videos of you doing this to this girl, or like it was just very transparent. It was actually kind of odd how transparent it was.
Yes, you finally, okay? QAnon, the pizza shop, everything is coming together, okay? This is it.
Pizza. Fuck, bro. Every fucking email has the term pizza in it. By the way, pizza gets 100% real.
Okay, yeah, saying every email has the term pizza in it is a little silly. But, I mean, yeah, I suppose it's not entirely wrong here. In terms of, like, did they use code words here or there? Pizza being one of them, yeah.
My mind. And by the way, isn't it a little weird that like the only damage in the entire shop was to some hard drive that had a shotgun bullet in it or whatever the fuck it was? Isn't it also weird that all the security cameras in the pizza place were mysteriously turned off or turned around for some reason? I don't know. Very weird. Very strange. Isn't it also weird that the owner of that said pizza shop was like named like one of like the 50 most influential people in Washington? I don't know. Very interesting. Very weird. Flush Simulator's video on pizza.
It appears the pizza is mentioned 900 times in the file. Not sure all of it is code though. Yeah, I mean. Yeah, I don't know if like every single time like somebody mentions pizza or bagels or anything that it's like always a code. But it wouldn't surprise me if more times than not that they did end up using it as a code. But again, like just looking at some of it, it was just like it's like you never thought like literally anyone would ever see any of this stuff, and no other person thought that too, and they were just a lot more direct than you would think.
Yeah, I recommend it.
But you know, we'll take it.
Child, billionaire, politician, sex, rape ring. Finally. And I think what probably actually happened was you had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was a pervert, who paid off a ton of girls.
Pervert, bro. That word is doing some heavy lifting, brother. We cannot. You're like, I wouldn't call you a pervert. I would say you're worse than a pervert. We're calling Epstein just a pervert.
Girls, not even the majority of them. A minority of them were underage. To come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes jerk him off. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few.
Let's say a lot of them weren't minors. Okay, let's say a lot of these women that were women.
Maybe bagel is the code for when it's actually pizza. Yeah.
Were young women from poor countries that had recently fallen from the Soviet Union. Okay, a lot of these women that went missing from Eastern Europe. Okay, even if they're not little girls, it's still
apparently
bad.
They were very adamant about like not trafficking African American little girls or anything. Apparently, I mean. Epstein was a racist? Yes. Epstein being racist. I remember I read one tweet where it was like, you know, somehow it's disappointing that Epstein was a racist. Wait. Huh? First of all, it's disappointing. What do you mean? What do you mean it's disappointing? I think there's other things to be far more upset about and concerned about whether or not Epstein was a racist. I think that's the last thing on my mind, really. Not that like it's a good thing to be a racist, obviously, but wow, you're surprised that this guy was racist? Okay. Favorite thing about the Epstein files is it shows how much more comically racist they are than most white nationalists. Remember Gene, the black guys that's worked for me for decades. This was to Jeffrey Epstein. This was from Mark L. Epstein, I think his brother. On Monday, I hosted a reception for about 40 people. 15 were members of the Black Congressional Caucus. They came to NY to attend a Humpty Dumpty program at the UN. Yesterday, I told Gene, who was over the house the night before, he said to me, you should have invited me. I could have put on a suit and tie. I know how to handle them. I would have came in and said, hey, they're N-words. Like, just like, with the GGER and everything. But that was to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm trying to find Jeffrey Epstein's exact racism. Was it this one? Become abundantly clear that Epstein hated black people. Here he mocks the idea that all life is equal in reference to African children. In many of his emails, he uses the N-word, actually when referring to African people. I don't want him to ask me to support his African causes. He only asks and pontificates and offers us little but his paternal advice on subjects we don't really give a shit about. He wants a favor, asking me to contribute. What favor have I ever asked him for? I'm sure he is tired of being asked for money. Why should he now put the shoe on the other foot? He is brilliant and so is Warren. Can't they come up with a better foundation, structure, and goal than to make the ludicrous statement that every life is equal? So then give each one of the billion kids $1 for food every year. Save 1 billion lives. It is Catholicism at its worst. He is a tech genius. Do you see any of his foundation program? He is a mini World Bank with albeit new health ideas. Chomsky and Epstein apparently agreed on racist IQ theories. As you like the expression equals C2, if not now, on a different note, A equals C2, you have encouraged me to look at data, no holds bar, equals A0, mortgages, inequalities, opportunities. The way they fucking type is so weird here. Have you seen some things through your eyes? And for that, I am grateful. The test score gap amongst African Americans is well documented. 20 years of testing, many countries. Has some of the private views made public, hence the dismissal. He told me that after one sentence, he became making things better than or require accepting some facts. Dude, he just makes reading some of these unbearable. I don't know why the fuck he wrote it like this. This is just awful. What an awful guy. In every way, shape, or form. It's like his Epstein's entire goal was to be the most awful guy in every single facet of his entire life, and quite frankly, it's jeez. He hates black kids so much he doesn't enslave them. That's so strange. I guess he can't stand being around black people, which is actually a plus for black people, really, ultimately. Is language acquisition the same ability to walk, a cognitive analogy to physical development, and a predator-prey system, all biology, adverse to socialism fundamentals? Does language enable an ability to instill in another a mental object, and discern the same that might exist in others? What does it mean to understand something as language necessary for it? How does it relate to pleasure and pain? I want to fund some seminars on power types, financial, physical, military, etc. What are their similarities? Purpose to strive for power. It is the same for evolution. I wonder why both Trump and Epstein were unable to maintain basic spelling standards. You should be typing shit.
It's still human trafficking. A lot of these women ended up dead. Like, it's not good, bro. This defense is so horrible. And I know it's a year old, and I hope he's changed his tune about this. I don't know why he came out.
A statue at his pool of a black person with bow and arrow from the colonial period. He had a statue of a black person. Pool statue. Why did this just get pulled up immediately as I look at pool statue? Jesus Christ, man. It's a bride statue. He has some very strange, like, strange shit in general. I feel like I need to, like, censor my fucking screen sometimes if I look up Jeffrey Epstein and any. Jesus.
I'm out so bold and crazy about this. Obviously, he was facing his own case at that time. Maybe that was influencing his thoughts. Oh, this is terrible.
A few that were, I think 2 confirmed.
In fairness, this guy has like, what am I saying? This guy has like a history of being fucking weird. Like, I always forget that there are like numerous videos you can watch where he's just got like 15 years online of him being weird towards women. So there's that.
I think only 2. And he just like sometimes he would like send girls to go and like rub and tug his fucking friends or whatever. And that's it.
Do you think that any of it could have been for blackmail?
No.
Destiny is Israel maxing here.
Absolutely not. Or I won't say absolutely not, but right now there is 0 evidence whatsoever of that at all. And the idea of doing something like that for blackmail in U.S. territory against some of the most powerful people in the fucking world, that sounds like the most thing you could ever do. What?
Yeah. Man, no conspiracies have ever happened on U.S. territory, ever. In the U.S., everything goes exactly according to plan, okay? Israel's never behind anything, okay? There are never foreign governments doing things that they shouldn't be doing in the United States. It's not like domestically they ever do anything wrong or bad, you know? America, a great place, totally perfect. On American soil? What? Here? This guy's fucking cooked on this subject.
Why would you want to? I'm gonna blackmail ex-president. I'm gonna blackmail every rich and powerful person. Like,
but I think there's a narrative that he has videotapes or he has photos. And
there is a narrative.
Could say, hey, if you don't do this little thing here, we got these photos and we could release.
The guy's already a billionaire. There's no evidence of any of this.
How did he? What do you mean? Like, this is the thing.
I'd say that's why it's so obvious that he has connections to like something like Mossad or whatever. That like there's a reason. Obviously, it's not just for money; it's for power. And he's at the service of a foreign state. Clearly, there's like a grander purpose than just money. He's just saying like, oh, like he's a billionaire. Why would he blackmail anyone? Why would most billionaires or most people in power, even millionaires, why would people ever blackmail someone? Like there could be a multitude of different reasons. There could be like various different reasons. Maybe they want sex. Maybe they want a very particular spot in a business. Maybe they want, like, who knows? Like, who knows what they want? Like, maybe it's just because they want to, have power over someone in general. Like, why do rapists rape? Why not just get, like, you know, it's power. He's truly not very intelligent, not saying he isn't getting that Israel money, though. Like, I do think there has to be some, like, I choose to believe that there's, like, some indication that, like, these kind of takes are influenced by being paid off. Like, there's just no other way I can I feel like he's like doing the opposite of what someone like Ben Shapiro is doing, where Ben Shapiro, especially now, is just like, how do you talk about this subject without like coming off as absolutely ridiculous while you just ignore it? Like, could you imagine Ben Shapiro trying to address any of the things, any of the emails in a real meaningful way at all? Defending any of it? No. Because, like, it's not defensible. It's not smart. It's not. You just look really ridiculous. Now, if he's challenged on it and he's forced to address it head on, then he's going to just, like, okay, I have to look ridiculous right now. But do you think he would ever, like, willfully entertain the idea on his own? Make any content about it? Debunk any of it? No. On his own? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
How did that happen exactly? How did he get these connections? Why did he have these connections?
Ever being the case. Nobody has asserted this or claimed.
Yeah, he was saying there was no listen and didn't really look at it. Yeah.
this is pure fantastic.
He was saying
like,
some
everything.
ridiculous shit.
Like there's just no reason at all to believe that'd be the case. It's a fun story and it's cool and it's sensational. There's no evidence for any of it. And if you really think about it, it would be pretty wacky for a guy like, oh, I'm going to go and blackmail literally all of the most powerful people in the world and see what happens. Why would you ever do that?
What do I even say to this? Everything about this video is horrible.
That sounds like the dumbest thing ever. No,
But maybe that's why he's dead.
but then why isn't Ghislaine Maxwell dead? Why wasn't he killed before he even got taken to prison? What, like, there's like a billion other ways that this could have played out more reasonably. Like that kind of guy wouldn't get arrested. He would get fucking whacked. He would get assassinated. There'd be like, who saw Kill Bill? You guys didn't see Kill Bill?
A long time ago.
Not a big movie guy. Remember the Asian girl?
Why is it?
That was actually
Why would he bring this? Did you guys see Kill Bill? This references Kill Bill, like, as an example. Like, I mean, I do the odd reference from a movie or a TV show here or there, so, like, I'm not one to make fun of it too deeply here, but it's like, why do you think, like, this would operate like a movie exactly? To debunk the entire narrative.
Funny.
Who killed the one guy in the bed because, and she was like a long time ago.
By the way, director of Kill Bill is a Zionist who married an Israeli woman. Unfortunately, Tarantino.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah. I hate that Tarantino makes decent films because he is such like one of the most unlikable. How do you spell his stupid fucking name? Quentin Tarantino. I don't know. It's so. Like, what was his comments about the 13-year-old party girl? Like, he was defending Roman Polanski. This guy is filth. Absolute Zionist filth. Absolute disgusting filth. Dude, I'm sorry. You can't apologize for this kind of comment. Well, he said, I apologize for this comment. For ignorant. Wait, can I read the fucking story or not? Go to the story. Where's this? Dude, just go to the... Whatever, dude. Are we fucking kidding me? Let's just go to that. Absolute Phil. I hate that this guy has made really, really good films. I really deeply hate it because it's like the only thing about him where it's just like, oh, I mean, thanks for the good films, but otherwise you've just been complete filth your entire life. Honest to God, though, is this motherfucker overrated, low-key? Hold on. I think he might actually... I'm not just saying this out of pure hatred for his, like, comments here, and that he's a Zionist piece of filth, but, like actually, no, like, unironically, he might actually be low-key kind of overrated. Let's see. Death Proof fucking sucked. Glorious Bastards is good. Django Unchained is overrated. There's some really good moments in Django Unchained, but overall it's overrated. Leo kind of carries it. Pulp Fiction's good. Reservoir Dogs is good. Ain't nobody care about Jackie Brown. I'm gonna be real. Ain't nobody care about Jackie Brown. Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. A Whole Bloody Affair is that supposed to be third or something? I don't even know. I don't even know what he does with some of these films. Isn't this? Did we just combine part 1 and 2? Why did we do this? Why are you messing? I don't know. Am I going to be the guy that says it? I think Kill Bill is pretty decent, but it's enormously overrated. It's not. I don't think it's as good as people think it is. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is fine. It's like one of those movies you watch once and you're like, I enjoyed that, but like, would I go back and watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? No. Hateful Eight is pretty good. So like, out of all of this, the thing I want to go back to usually is like Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, and Inglourious Bastards. I'm gonna be real. Everything else I could just like. I'm just kind of like, you know. It's good. It's good. They're solid films. There's nothing necessarily bad. I don't think there's a bad film he's made besides Death Proof. But everything else is like, yeah. Anyway, but like, he's like, talking about how Roman Polanski's sexual assault of a 13-year-old girl in an interview with Howard Stern, saying the victim was a party girl who wanted to have it. She's fucking 13, dog. How do motherfuckers be making these comments in public and think like, oh yeah, this is an acceptable comment? Like, dude, if you actually thought this, these are the kind of thoughts like that you shouldn't be saying in public. Like, you shouldn't be thinking this at all, period, point blank. But like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How is this guy not like immediately just like, shamed out of fucking Hollywood after shit like this? Like, how? I genuinely, I can't fathom it, because people have gone shamed out of Hollywood for way fucking less. I think it truly is just like, it really is about star power and fucking talent to stay in Hollywood or whatever. Because you can make comments like this and somehow not get like completely like thrown out of Hollywood. It's insane to me. The grand jury had originally charged him with drugging and raping the youngster before he agreed to the plea deal and fled to Europe. And the radio interview, Kill Bill director is asked about his joy about Polanski winning an Oscar for The Pianist in 2003. What's so great about a rapist being given Hollywood's highest honor? To which he responds, I don't consider him a rapist. Dude. Oh my God. I don't consider him a rapist. Tarantino vehemently defends his position, saying he didn't rape a 13-year-old. It was statutory. Bro. It was statutory rape. Actually, it was statutory rape. Actually, it's a amphibophilia. Wait, I lost my place here. Here it is. He had sex with a minor. That's not rape. To me, when you use the word rape, it's one of the most violent crimes in the world. The actor-director takes things a step further, comparing to racism, saying, throwing the word rape around is like throwing the word racist around. It just doesn't apply to everyone who you use it for. He was guilty of having sex with a minor, which she didn't, and then Quivers responds, but she didn't want to have. And then Tarantino responded, no, that was not the case at all. She wanted to have it. She dated the guy. No wonder you're in Israel. Holy shit, stay in Israel. Fucking loser. Next movie you make, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying a ticket for that shit. Fuck no. It was like a triple rape. Jesus Christ.
No, fell off.
Remember, but they all
Good movies though.
I don't remember that. Epstein story. So it is bad. Listen, a lot of you hearing this for the first time, okay? Epstein probably didn't do anything that crazy. He probably paid off some minors to jerk them off, which is bad and wrong and coercive and gross and disgusting. Majority of the girls weren't.
I don't even think any of those terms are harsh enough for describing what he's saying. He's describing a pedophile so elegantly. He's like, that's fine. Like, it's bad. It's coercive. It's not good. Like, what do you mean? That's horrifying.
What do you want me to say? It's bad, guys. It's bad, guys.
Weren't underage. I don't think anybody got like trafficked in the sense that they were like abducted or kidnapped or forced to stay somewhere where they
did. Bro, what do we do with this guy?
I want to. I don't think he was sending children around to all of his friends so that they could all.
This is like the worst. This is the worst showing ever from Destiny. I mean, maybe there's something worse. This is horrible.
This is one of the worst showings from like a single human being. Like,
I don't think that there was any like blackmail or crazy.
Blood on his own on this, bro.
Like that going on. There's literally no proof or evidence for almost any of those claims, but they're fun.
Okay, man. Okay. Anyways, ladies and gents,
they're fun. The child rape narrative, the monstrous child rape narrative is fun, guys. It's a fun little narrative. What is this? Stalkers. Lonerbox explains why he will never speak to History Speaks. I've talked to the guy like 3 times. He's one of the 2 people I won't engage with because they're basically stalkers. And suddenly I'm obsessive. Name one a time in the last year I mentioned him that wasn't responding to him attacking me. Even then, it's 10 seconds on a stream.
It's this here.
He's a stalker. Wait, he's snarking you, so he's a stalker?
My position that Box Leonard is insecure about his whitewashing position on the Gaza quote war. It's funny because he's like one of the 2 people I won't talk to for reasons of them like basically being stalkers. But I've spoken to this guy like 3 times. We've had like 3 different conversations. 2 were in the same day, I guess. But like his obsessive attacks on me are a cope. Obsessive. Excuse me. What the fuck, man? How can you obsessive? Name one time in the last fucking year that I've spoken about this person if it's not responding to them attacking me. And it's usually just like 10 seconds of a stream, or maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes. Holy fuck.
Why don't you just have the conversation? Stop being a fucking pussy. Oh, he's so fucking obsessed with me. He's stalking me.
I don't know. That's why I'm saying like there's like because I know that he like reads things from start to finish or sometimes.
Really, it's silly that both of these people, History Speaks, is saying that like Lonerbugs is being obsessive. That's kind of cringe. But
he's also just like he doesn't seem to process the information. He's like mentally ill. There's something weird going on here, man. Upset? How the fuck, dude? I can call someone like
I stand by my position that Lonerbox is insecure about his whitewashing position on the Gaza war and his obsessive attacks on me, Eric Cope. I challenge him to debate these issues on Wick's show and am happy to agree to civilized rules such as no interruptions or no PA. Why are you running, Lonerbox? Don't run. I didn't lie in my research. Examples that he gave of me lying is ridiculous. What happened is that I literally admitted in real time in my one debate with LB to having been wrong about the composition of civilians and combatants among police killed in Castle. I don't know how having been wrong about something and admitting it proves one is a liar. Another detail of this he misrepresents is a suggestion that he is the one who demonstrated I was wrong. No, I engaged in open source research into Castle police fatalities before he did and concluded that far more had been combatants than I initially thought, so he didn't prove me wrong or prove I lied. Rather, he pointed to a specific thing that I had gotten wrong and realized myself I had gotten wrong for debate bro purposes. Anyway, I doubt that you'll actually debate me on Gaza because he knows the facts are not on his side and that what he has been doing for over 2 years is completely immoral and dishonest. Genocide apologia, basically. There's no analogy whatsoever to what the Israelis did in Castle or Protective Edge in this war. In Castle, the Israeli Air Force did not routinely leave blank the expected collateral damage box on the form the Air Force uses to approve strikes, as an Israeli intelligence source who had a high-level security clearance and was in the Gov during the war tells me they did in the current war. They did not do Where's Daddy, the practice of systematically bombing to death targets, mostly low-level combatants or civilians, specifically while they were at home with their families, systematically massacring families to kill people with little or zero military value, and they didn't starve hundreds of people to death as a policy. Okay. I'm a bit of a tech nerd, and what strikes me most about the release of these files is that all the emails are from his Gmail. Zero release from encrypted platforms or private mail servers. I think some of them were his Yahoo, if I remember correctly. It was like Gmail or something like that. I think some of them were that. Let me double check, because I'm pretty sure. It was like Gmail and his Yahoo, and then I think that's it. Haven't says all his context here. Noam Chomsky, Steve Bannon, Michael Wolff. Anyway, where's it show all the various? I think it's maybe it is just Gmail. I swear to God, I thought there was an option to see his Yahoo, but I could be wrong. Wow. Did I just spread misinformation? Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. No, there's... Yeah, okay, no. No, you can see his Yahoo, apparently, in this Gmail thing. I have to use the restroom, okay? And then we're going to read this thread that apparently is pretty good about all this, pretty thorough on some vital Epstein information. Stuff that I don't even know if I've read yet, that I've seen yet. Yahoo's not encrypted either, just one call from the feds and they will give you access. Okay. Anyone that is more aware of the method of blackmail would use encryption or private servers like Hillary, and I'm sure Biden and Trump, yeah. You know. All right, let me use the restroom. We'll be back. I won't take long. Maybe like 3 minutes tops. Probably get a refill of water or something like that. No music. Well, actually, let's play some music. Fuck it. We'll play a little bit of music. Pow, 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 pow. All right. Anyway, let's read this thread. I've been putting it off. In 1999, Epstein anonymously FOIA'd the CIA to obtain all CIA records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation between himself and the CIA. In 2011, he wrote again to see if the CIA had acknowledged any links with him in the 12 years since. Here's the thread on this. Exit out of that. Martin G. Weinberg, PC, attorney at law, 20, reference P, Dear Mr. Weinberg, on July 25th, 2011, the Office of the Information and Privacy Coordinator received your letter dated July 19th, 2011, providing additional information pertaining to your client Jeffrey Epstein's Privacy Act request referenced above. Since you have provided the necessary information, we process Mr. Epstein's request in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act. We search for CIA or originated responsive records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation existing from November 5th, 1999, the date of our previous acceptance letter, P1999 02450, to July 25th, 2011, the date we accepted Mr. Epstein's current request. We were unable to locate any information or records with respect to responsive records that would reveal a classified connection to the CIA in accordance with Section 3.6A of Executive Order 13526 as amended. The CIA can neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of records responsive to your request. The fact of the existence or non-existence of requested records is currently improperly classified and is intelligence sources and methods information that is protected from disclosure by Section 6 of the CIA Act of 1949 as amended and Section 102AI1 of the National Security Act of 1947 as amended. Therefore, you may consider this portion of the response a denial of your request pursuant to FOIA exemptions B1 and B3 and PA exemptions JI and K. Was this an L and not an I? Or is this one? It looks like a one. One. Okay, J1 and K1. I've enclosed an explanation of these exemptions for your reference and retention. Although our searches were thorough and diligent, and it is highly unlikely that repeating these searches would change the result, you nevertheless have the legal right to appeal the decisions above. As the CIA Information and Privacy Coordinator, I am the CIA official responsible for this determination. You have the right to appeal this response within 45 days of the date of this letter. You may address your appeal to the agency release panel in my care. Please explain the basis of your appeal sincerely with the signature here. Okay, I got you. By using a lawyer to go through the Privacy Act, this ensured the public couldn't know Jeffrey Epstein was the requester of the CIA records about himself, and all correspondence would remain between the CIA and Epstein's law firm. So from Martin Weinberg to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject is a CIA FOIA request dated on Monday, July 18th, 2011. Yes, we filled out FBI privacy waiver with a VI address last year. We filed CIA FOIA. They haven't. We need a separate privacy waiver signed in 2011 for them to fully process. We can fill it out based on FBI 1 PDF to you for signature and return, i.e. make it easier. Is this in response to, right? Am I reading this? This is in response to... Did we fill out one for the FBI FOIA? Did we not send anything yet to CIA? That's from Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. To Martin Weinberg. I spoke with a woman at the CIA's. Wait, hold on. Why does it say from Martin Weinberg, subject to Martin Weinberg? Wait, what? Would he send it to himself? What is this? Legal assistant? I spoke with a woman at the CIA's FOI office. She said that they did not have a standard privacy waiver and identity certificate form. She did say that the DOJ's form is sufficient for this request. I have attached a copy of it for you to forward to Epstein. Okay. Let's see. Here's the privacy waiver and certification of identity. Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Prior addresses, employments, which may assist the CIA. This crossed out here. The CIA and locating the requested information. I crossed out FBI with CIA, replace it with CIA. I hereby waiver my right to privacy, and I authorize the FBI to release any and all information relating to me to, but they cross out FBI and replace it with CIA again under this highlighted place. First, I must point out that this is an exceptionally interesting file in part because it is actionable. It discloses two CIA file reference numbers, Epstein's 1999 request for CIA records about himself, P 1999-02-4450, and Epstein's later 2011 request, P 2011-00673. Search words. This is what we read earlier. We processed Mr. Epstein's request. They reference the dates here. Okay. I looked for hours for the underlying request letter Epstein's lawyer sent to the CIA, which the CIA responds to. I can't find it anywhere. Maybe someone else can. Likewise, I don't see a redacted copy of the P 1999-02450 CIA FOIA correspondence in a CIA reading room. Epstein's 1999 CIA FOIA correspondence never having been approved for release, even in a redacted form, is interesting. It has been more than 25 years. I'm attaching screenshots of CIA FOIA correspondence in CIA reading room that were approved for release in between 1 to 9 years. I remember a photo of Epstein being apparently, he's like reading through something, and then like the room looks like as like a lot of stuff labeled for the CIA or whatever. Let's see. Approved for release date 05/05/2010. Okay. September 13th, 2005 is when this is written, I guess. And it's approved for the release date of 05/05/2010. Dear Mr. Lesser, the Office of the Information and Privacy Coordinator have received your undated Freedom of Information Act request on behalf of your clients, Mr. Richard Wallen and Mrs. Brenda Brody, on September 9th, 2005. Your request is for unredacted copies of all volumes of Leo Sick, Pfeiffer's Sick Report on the Bay of Pigs investigation. We have assigned your request the reference number above. Please use this number when corresponding so that we can identify it easily. We received an earlier FOIA request for Jack B. Pfeiffer's official history of the Bay of Pigs operation. We will send you the same CIA-originated records, if any are released, once that request has been completed. Because of our backlog, I cannot say with certainty when that request will be completed. You will be required to pay only the cost of reproduction of any documents that are released because the original requester is responsible for the other fees. We will contact you again once the processing of the original request is completed. Sincerely, Scott Coach. There's another one here. Approved for release date April 29th, 2009. Was this written on February 2nd? February 29th, 2000? Okay. This is in response to your letter of February 7th, 2000 pertaining to the Freedom of Information Act request from your client, Erwin Rattenberg, for records concerning the Air Sea Forwarders case. Your letter responds to our October 13th, 1999 letter in which we stated that we could search for the requested records, but that we would not proceed without a fee commitment. You state that on behalf of Mr. Kim and Mr. Rattenberg, you are willing to pay all reasonable and standard processing fees, but request that we provide you with prior notice in the event that we determine that such fees will extend, they will exceed $1 million. Or is it 1,000? Yeah. Yeah, 1,000 here. Is that message? Oh, yeah. Is that message up top for Destiny or anyone who reads it? It's a fun little funny thing for anyone who reads it. But it would be funny if Destiny reads it. Okay, I lost my... Okay. We also note your statement that Mr. Raymond B. Kim, signer of the September 13th, 1999 request letter, and then with Goldberg, Scott, Belfield, Steinberg, and Cohen, is now with Greenberg, Traurig. Now that you have provided a fee commitment, we have accepted your request and placed it in the all other fee category. It will be processed in accordance with the FOIA 5 USC 552 as amended and the CIA Information Act 50 USC 431. Our search will be for documents in existence as of and through the date of this acceptance letter. The heavy volume of FOIA requests received by the agency has created delays in processing. Since we cannot respond within the 20 working days stipulated by the FOIA, you have the right to consider this a denial and may appeal to the agency release panel. It would seem more reasonable, however, and I think this was supposed to continue here, however. Is it? Wait, where is it continue here? Oh, all these are basically just the same kind of thing here. Okay. I definitely didn't read it. I know you didn't read it. I believe you. 6. CIA FOIA correspondence to outside lawyers about a FOIA request are not classified or personal identification is sensitive. The CIA reading room is replete. No? You're not going to tell me? Replete? How you pronounce it? Replete? Replete? Replete?
Replete.
Replete. Yeah, filled. Okay, it's replete. It's filled. Okay, cool. You could have just said filled, but okay, whatever, buddy. It's replete with uploads that have the file reference number in the correspondence, but with the name of requester redacted. So, dear blank, this acknowledged recipient of your May 16th, 2002 letter requesting records under the provisions of the FOIA. Specifically, your request is for records pertaining to 1. FBI case notes which describe alleged 9/11 hijacker Zacharias Mosai. I don't know the I don't even know how to pronounce that last name. As the type of person who was capable of flying an aircraft into the World Trade Center. Number 2, a president's daily brief, which mentioned the possibility of terrorists, including but not limited to Osama bin Laden or Al Qaeda hijacking planes. Number 3, a Phoenix, Arizona's FBI agents warning to his superiors last summer, 2001, that Osama bin Laden might be sending students to U.S. flight schools. Number 4, a memorandum from a Phoenix, Arizona FBI agent regarding efforts by terrorists to place students in American aviation schools. Number 5, analysis of the memorandum from the Phoenix agent done in FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., and or any other FBI office or field office. Number 6, all communication between President George W. Bush and our Condoleezza Rice and our Secretary of State Colin Powell and our CIA Director George Tenet and our Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and our FBI Director Robert Mueller and our Attorney General John Ashcroft regarding the Phoenix memo and our efforts by Osama bin Laden to place students in American aviation schools. This was June 5th, 2002. Ordinarily, the CIA has to automatically declassify or deny any affirmative review records after 25 years, but CIA FOIA records are not subject to this because they're not classified. Rather, the CIA uploads based on frequency of request for a FOIA reference files upload. The automatic declassification provisions of Executive Order 1352-6, formerly EO 1295-8, as amended, require the declassification of non-exempt historically valuable records 25 years or older. The EO was originally issued in April 1995 and via amendment established on December 31st, 2006 as the first major deadline for automatic declassification under the 25-year program. By that date, agencies were to have completed the review of all hard copy documents determined to contain exclusively their equities. For CIA, the 2006 deadline covered the span of relevant documents originally dating from the establishment of the CIA after World War II through 1981. The requirement to automatically declassify records 25 years or older rolls forward 1 year at a time. For example, by December 31st, 2012, permanent records through December 31st, 1987 were automatically declassified, unless a program operating out of the CIA Declassification Center to review records under the purview of EO 1352-6 before they reach their automatic declassification deadline. Okay. So, in theory, anyone right now could just FOI the CIA for all records and correspondence related to reference number P1999-02450, and P2011-00673. In theory, the CIA the CIA would have to turn in those Epstein files over immediately. We know the files exist. We know they're not classified. Okay. Okay. The reason Epstein's FOIA columns with CIA are important to get now is because it's hard from this new DOJ drop to deduce exactly what Epstein asked for, exactly what the CIA looked for, and exactly what part of the request triggered the CIA to issue a GLOMAR for part of it. A CIA GLOMAR response is a Freedom of Information Act tactic where an agency neither confirms nor denies the existence of requested records, originating from the CIA's handling of requests about the secret Hughes Glomar Explorer submarine recovery mission in the 1970s, named for the ship, allowing agencies to protect classified information by claiming disclosure would harm national security. This neither This neither confirm nor deny approach prevents revealing sensitive data, even if the record's existence is already public and is used for national security or significant privacy invasions through courts scrutinize its use. Yeah, so they're doing something very particular. There's a piece of information that's very particular that they do not want to disclose at all. For the record, I don't want to send this FOIA request because I don't want to get killed. Guys, I don't want to do this because I don't want to do this, but you definitely should. Let me break down for you why. You guys should. You guys should. I'm not doing this shit. But you guys should. Guys, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying you should do this and get yourself killed, but you should do this and get yourself killed. Jeez. First, it'd be huge to know what exact CIA records Epstein requested about himself in 1999 and what year he set the look back date to. We know Epstein had a fake Saudi passport by 1982. I've long made the case Epstein was CIA adjacent by 1978 and not through 1979. This is the key to Epstein. Bear Stearns put him on BCCI trades in 1979 as it made millions helping the CIA, Brits, Saudis, and Israeli disguised covert cash by clearing $13 billion with BCCI, a CIA money laundering bank. Epstein simply developed that clientele and career niche. This is like 35 minutes. We're not watching this entire fucking thing unless I put this on some insane fucking speed, and even then.
BCCI was involved in some of the most sensitive intelligence operations of the Reagan-Bush years. Oh, that's exactly when Epstein went on his own, including the secret sale of arms to Iran. Oh, you mean the ones that were where the chief middleman was Jeffrey Epstein's client, Adnan Khashoggi?
Wait. How Epstein linked up, 1981 to 1987. Epstein links up Intercontinental Assets Group and begins doing private deal making for Khashoggi. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. A 2019 New York Magazine reconstruction and multiple biographies list Khashoggi as one of Epstein's first big clients. Why the link matters to Iran-Contra. Khashoggi was the chief middleman who moved U.S.-supplied weapons from Israel to Iran in the clandestine arms for hostages pipeline exposed in 1986. Okay. How he linked up, introduced via British arms broker Sir Douglas. Alessi, also a Khashoggi partner, and ex-attorney general John Mitchell. Leslie later told Towers Financial's Stephen Hoffenberg that Epstein was a genius with no moral compass. Leslie and Khashoggi worked together on several covert arms packages during the same years the Iran-Contra enterprise was operating.
And the U.S. side of the arms transaction was run by Jeffrey Epstein's fucking roommate, Stan Pottinger, and the British side of...
a roommate. Former Assistant U.S. Attorney J. Stanley Pottinger is cited in the indictments as having advised the Hashims on how to export the arms. Hashims? Epstein had been spending extravagantly, and despite his lofty compensation at Bear Stearns and his work for Leslie, he found himself strapped, even occasionally bouncing rent checks. Back in New York, he joined forces with John Stanley Pottinger, a lawyer who had recently left a senior post in the Justice Department. Epstein, Pottinger, and Pottinger's brother rented a penthouse office in the Hotel St. Moritz on Central Park South.
Jeffrey Epstein's fucking London partner that he flew out to London to do deals with. Epstein is literally every part in the early 1980s. Literally all four parts. And who, by the way, was the head of Israeli military intelligence on the Israeli side of this? Ehud Barak. Who Jeffrey
Barak later served as head of Amman, the military intelligence directorate. 1983 to 1985. Head of Central Command and Deputy Chief of the General Staff. He served as the Chief of the General Staff between April 1st, 1991 and January 1st, 1995. During this period, he implemented the first Oslo Accords and participated in negotiations towards the Israel-Jordan peace treaty.
Epstein would meet with 45 times, do business deals.
He also participated in the siege of Beirut, overseeing it from Beirut's International Airport. Ehud Barak met with Jeffrey Epstein dozens of times, flew on a private plane 30 times in 2013 to 2017. He was also given advice. There's like an audio recording where he's given advice to Ehud Barak.
Together in Mongolia, Cote d'Ivoire, the United States, Israel, Russia. You have all four intelligence, not just random, the top people involved in Iran-Contra from all four of the intelligence agencies, from all four of the main countries associated with the action. Living with Jeffrey Epstein, doing multiple fucking multi-week sleepovers together in fucking London, living together as fucking cuddle buddies in a hotel in New York City, while Bear Stearns was running brokerage accounts at the CIA proprietary.
Bear Stearns action, 1976, internal Bear FX desk opens correspondent account for fledgling BCCI Luxembourg. 25 mil daily turnover. The Safari Club / BCCI link. BCCI is being scaled up by Kamal Adham to launder Safari Club petrodollars. Key names: Ace Greenberg, Bear CEO. 1978, Bear listed by the NY Fed as the primary government securities dealer for BCCI's New York branch, gives BCCI repo access. Fresh Saudi cash pushed through repos, funds club operations in Sahari and Ugandan. Holy shit.
Bank doing the fucking gun running for the covert action. It's nothing but spy services. When you see how deep the BCCI shit goes, and here's another thing. Like, for example, okay? So, Bear becomes one of the top 3 brokers transacting BCCI Capcom futures. Capcom is owned 50% by Kamal Adham, which trades finance Afghan Mujahideen pipelines. The Mujahideen, better known today as fucking ISIS,
Mujahideen fighting the Soviets in Afghanistan formed the bedrock for Al-Qaeda. Key figures like Osama bin Laden organized foreign Arab fighters. Mujahideen through the Maktab al-Qudamata. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that. Qudamat. And after the Soviet withdrawal, this network evolved as bin Laden created Al-Qaeda in 1988 to continue global jihad, attracting many veterans from the Afghan war who shared his radical Islamist vision and grievance with the West, especially after the U.S. presence in Saudi Arabia.
Better known today as fucking Al-Qaeda.
Jeez. United States Central Intelligence Agency program to arm and finance the Afghan Mujahideen in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1992, prior to and during the military intervention by the Soviet Union in support of the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan. The Mujahideen were also supported by Britain's MI6, who conducted their own separate covert actions. The program leaned heavily towards supporting militant Islamic groups, including groups with jihadist ties that were favored by the regime of Muhammad Zia-ul-Haq and neighboring Pakistan, rather than other less ideological Afghan resistance groups that had also been fighting the Soviet-oriented Democratic Republic of Afghanistan administration since before the Soviet intervention. They're just like all interconnected in different ways. It's just so many, like, his hand in so many different pies. It's just absolutely insane.
Was the CIA-backed Islamo-fascist group that the CIA set up BCCI to covertly fund through drug money on the Golden Crescent on the Afghan plains and massive flows of guns from Pakistan into Afghanistan. Remember when we played the fucking helicopter drop of National Security Advisor in 1979, Zbigniew Brzezinski?
20 years. 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 20
U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role.
Oh, he wanted to do a covert action to secretly fund the Mujahideen. Literally Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden, warrior on the road to peace.
Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace.
Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Hey, that's Osama
Oh
bin
my
Laden.
god, dude.
Funded by the CIA.
Holy shit.
Why? To get rid of the Soviets in Afghanistan, the height of the Cold War, 1979. But what did he want to do? 1979. Huh. So while Bear fucking Stearns, let me make sure I have this right. Let's do a little investigative journalism here, since evidently the New York Times is in a fucking retarded comatose state.
True,
and
true.
evidently didn't bother to ask a single question about any significant part of the rigorous investigation they were conducting. So let's go back to this. So Bear Stearns becomes one of the top 3 brokers transacting BCCI Capcom futures, commodities, $2 billion worth. BCCI, the CIA's proprietary bank, set up to secretly fund the Mujahideen, ISIS, to kill Soviets. Here's Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1979, while Jeffrey Epstein is at Bear Stearns the year before he's made partner. This magic promotion to being made partner in 1979.
He's fucking everywhere. He's fucking everywhere. What the
hopping out of a fucking helicopter to covertly pump up the Mujahideen without revealing the United States government's role.
To Pakistan, U.S. National Security Advisor Brzezinski flew to Pakistan to set about rallying resistance. He wanted to arm the Mujahideen without revealing America's role.
What the fuck, man?
Oh, he wanted to arm them. You mean through Doug Leese?
Operation Cyclone.
The British covert arm.
Koszynski worked together. Leslie and Koszynski worked together on several covert arms packages during the same years the Iran-Contra enterprise was operating.
Arms trafficker that Jeffrey Epstein was flying.
Jeffrey, that year, the couple traveled to England while they were there. Heel took Epstein to visit a rich acquaintance of hers, Nick Leslie, at his family's countryside manor, where they met Nick's father, Douglas Leslie, a defense contractor with extensive connections in the arms industry in the British government. He took an immediate liking to Epstein. Soon, Epstein was making regular trips to England and spending time in the Leslie's rarefield world.
To London to sleep at his house. Oh, you mean like through Stanley Pottinger, who Jeffrey Epstein was fucking living with and spooning with at night.
He's spooning with him.
At a hotel in New York City they rented out together. Covertly arming them at a hotel.
Cited in the Pottinger is cited in the indictments as having advised.
Hotel in New York City they rented out together. Covertly arming them out of the CIA's BCCI bank, and in 1979, while the CIA is running this operation,
like how deep does this go? It just goes in. It goes in so deep. It's like my mind is graped entirely. It's just like entirely just like.
And to finance the Mujahideen, but without revealing the United States government's role. What was Bear Stearns doing? Sorry, remind me. Oh, they had a $2 billion book brokering transactions with BCCI and Capcom, the CIA bank, and Capcom, which is 50% owned by financed, but didn't want to reveal America's himself after he left Bear, while still answering the phone as Bear Stearns.
Is it There's Bank of I don't need to be playing the whole entire 35. I'll watch the rest of this later at my own discretion. There's 4.5 hours of me tearing into the NYT piece apart line by line. This guy seems to know his fucking shit. But yeah, that'll be on my own time. And if anyone else wants to watch that, watch it on your own time as well. Very interesting stuff, I would say. Let's see. Second, we can't currently tell exactly what records Epstein requested about himself in 2011 because the CIA response to him in 2011 shows they simply reran the same request Epstein sent them in 1999 and updated the records search through 2011. We were unable to locate any information or records. We searched for CIA original responsive records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation existing from November 5th, 1999, the date of our previous acceptance letter. But, yeah. Okay. Okay. Third, given Epstein's CIA adjacency by the late 1970s and throughout the 80s, it's quite possible Epstein originally FOIA'd the CIA for records about himself in the 1980s, and his 1999 FOIA simply reran his earlier 1980s request. In that case, you'd get all that information. Fourth, the fact that CIA gave a partial response, no open or acknowledged agency affiliation, and partial glomar means the exact text of what Epstein requested could both finally confirm whether the CIA is hiding classified Epstein documents and to hint at what's classified. One reading, and Epstein repeatedly FOIA'd the CIA to keep checking if they'd publicly disclose any links with him, so he could decide what he could credibly tell his colleagues going forward and know what information might be easily discoverable by foreign counterintelligence organizations. Importantly, Epstein was not a widely known figure at all in 1999. He only came into public awareness in 2001 to 2002 when the public became curious who was flying Bill Clinton around Africa. So Epstein checked if any CIA connections were public before he himself became public. That puts the 2001 news report that Epstein once claimed to have worked for the CIA, though he now denies it, in a new light. It suggests Epstein might have bragged about his CIA role in the 90s. It's like that meme where it's not even a meme. It's from fucking Archer.
The world's greatest.
Wait, no. I need a compilation of him where he's always bragging about being a spy. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't care enough to find the example. But he's always like, in the show, he's always like, he's like a spy, and he's always bragging about being a spy openly. He's just like, why be a spy if you can't brag about it openly? It's 2001 news report that Epstein once claimed to have worked for the CIA, and now he denies it in a new light. It suggests Epstein may have bragged about his CIA role in the 90s and then saw it as a liability and felt confident to deny it after his 1999 FOIA. Evening Standard, Monday, January 22nd, 2001, page 287. He once claimed to have worked for the CIA, although he now denies it and owns properties all over America. Why would he do that? Okay. It gets better. The fact that the CIA searched for any open or acknowledged agency affiliation does not mean that that's what Jeffrey Epstein asked for. The paragraph only says the CIA has no open or has not openly acknowledged records on him. He could have asked a very different question. As it turns out, the CIA saying it has no records that would reveal any open or acknowledged agency affiliation, followed by a glomar, denying both the existence and non-existence of classified records, is a stock CIA reply when you FOIA the CIA for a CIA personnel file. Central Intelligence Agency, Washington, D.C., 25 505. This is an appeal under the Freedom of Information Act. On August 3rd, 2015, I submitted an FOIA request to a Central Intelligence Agency, copy attached, which was received in the Office of the Information and Privacy Coordinator on August 18th, 2015. By letter dated September 3rd, 2015, I received your final response. I requested the CIA furnish to me in the return a personnel file and any and all other documents related to the following person, James Harold Nicholas. Or Nichols, not Nicholas. James Harold Nichols worked for the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, during World War II and continued to work for its successor agency, the CIA, until approximately 1949 or 1950s. Or 1950. Nichols' personal file is not listed among the 23,000 personal records of OSS released several years ago by the CIA to the National Archives and Record Administration. I've been advised by a senior archivist at NARA that many employment and personal records of former OSS employees who transitioned to the CIA were not part of the general release and are still held by the CIA. So final response to your August 3rd, 2015 Freedom of Information Act request. Our processing including a search for records that would reveal and openly acknowledge agency affiliation existing up to including the date the agency started its search and did not locate any responsive records. With respect to any other records, in accordance with Section 3.6A of Executive Order 13526, CIA can neither confirm nor deny the existence of the non-existence or non-existence of records responsive to your request. The fact of the existence or non-existence of requested records is currently improperly classified and is intelligence sources and methods information that is protected from disclosure of Section 6 of the CIA Act of 1949 as amended in Section 102. Okay, yeah, that's the point. Okay. Which leads to the big question, did Jeffrey Epstein in 1999, years before he became a public figure, directly ask the CIA to see his own personnel file? As I stated at this part of the CIA's response to Epstein's lawyers, I asked myself, why would a billionaire's highly paid lawyers do something so stupid as to directly ask the CIA for classified information in a FOIA? Of course you can't. Everyone knows the CIA is not allowed. Since you have provided the necessary information, we processed Mr. Epstein's request in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act. We searched for CIA. My bad. We searched for CIA-originated responsive records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation existing from November 5th, 1999, the date of our previous acceptance letter. The date we accepted Mr. Epstein's current request. We were unable to locate any information or records. With respect to responsive records that would reveal a classified connection to the CIA in accordance with Section 3.6A of Executive Order 13526 as amended, the CIA can neither confirm nor deny. Of course they do that again. Therefore, you may consider this portion of the response a denial of your request pursuant to FOIA exemptions B1 and B3. Okay. Remember, the CIA issued a denial of some requests. What kind of 2,000 an hour hotshot law firm partner would be so clueless and so incompetent that he requests classified documents from the CIA and the FOIA? Then it hit me. Epstein's lawyer didn't ask for classified records about Epstein. They asked for something else about Epstein. And whatever that was, it touched on something classified. The question is, what brave soul will FOIA and CIA for all records and correspondence pertaining to reference file numbers P1999 02450 and P 2011 00673? What brave soul is willing to do it? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. This motherfucker's daring people to do this shit. I ain't doing that shit. Will they really do something to somebody who just, like, FOIAs for the CIA for these records? Wouldn't they just respond to this and just deny or something? I ain't taking that risk. Jesus Christ. Hassan waiting room stream social experiment gone wrong. What is this?
Do we need to have a Olivia Julie?
Didn't he say you would watch Hassan for a day or something? Was that a meme?
You're insane people. So you should watch a song happening, right? I talked to Hutch. Remember Hutch? This is like crazy. You guys are insane people. So you should watch Hassan. No, I'm looking very ethnic. Hassan isn't even the first thing that we're talking about. Social experiment. Thank you, Akila.
Okay. Don't care. I don't think people get how dangerous it really is at that level. Always wondered why Tucker wouldn't tell all he knows, because he literally knows everyone blackmail is as real as it gets. Huh. This guy's saying he requested, I mean, okay. Might be cap, but okay. Dude, my stomach's fucking rumbling and I want something to eat. Oh, you know that feeling when you haven't eaten all day and your like stomach's rumbling, but it's like, you're like exhausted? I feel like I need... It's like that sick feeling. It's like not a good feeling. It's like your head's a little light. Stomach's rumbling and it's, oh my God, it's distressing. Trump pushes to rename Dooley's airport and Penn Station after himself, offers Gateway project funding in exchange for Schumer's support. Also, like, Schumer's not really going in on this thing about requiring ICE agents to wear masks. He won't even go all the way in on these half measures. This guy's such a fucking loser. Fuck Schumer. Fuck Schumer. I swear to God. Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, all of them. Fucking. Like, they're so lame in every way, shape, or form. Oh, we need a real party. We need a real party. We need something real. No, don't tell me this is real. Please don't tell me this is real. 2028 presidential poll. Harris 34%, Newsom 20%, Shapiro 10%, Buttigieg 10%, AOC 7%, Booker 6%, 3% more. Oh no. She's not actually running, is she? Congrats on JD Vance 2028. I don't think JD Vance would win against like most of these people, to be honest. So it's gonna happen anyways. Eyes filled with denial. Always accept things when it's too late. Let's move on. Prone to holding back tears, still in denial. All I can do is accept this. I'm actually cool with this. It actually is so Jover. If you just put Kamala in, and it's like, I actually might crash out on a whole nother level. Worry better. I feel like every time I see her, I get filled with like a very deep rage. It's like another level of rage that I don't think anyone quite understands. It's just like there's something extra. Like it's like the audacity of you to present yourself this way. It's like the audacity to move in the way that you move, knowing what a fucking loser you are, and moving as if you aren't. Like you're like deeply like an embarrassing piece of fucking filth. And you need to go away. Hide your head in fucking shame. Amazon shares plunge. I heard Palantir's not doing good too. Didn't they drop like a lot? They lost a lot. Something like that. Amazon shares plunge in after hours trading. Bitcoin extends fall. Steve Bannon calls for Trump to deploy ICE military troops to polling sites. Yeah, I remember that. That's not even remotely surprising. Oh my God. Trump says Minneapolis taught him a softer touch. He's not going to do a softer touch. He's going to be like right back to going rough. Yeah, I was hearing that the UK was not doing so good on the Epstein stuff. Okay, let's check in on the UK actually. I saw like Starmer shaking apparently.
Good morning and welcome to Morning Rush. I'm Stephanie Liebergan in Washington with a look at the headlines this half hour. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer apologized to survivors of Jeffrey Epstein today after firing his ambassador to the U.S. Newly released.
To them, I want to say this. I am sorry. Sorry for what was done to you.
Oh.
Sorry that so many people with power failed you. Sorry for having believed Mandelson's lies and appointed him. And sorry that even now, you're forced to watch this story unfold in public once again.
He went on to say later that in this country, we will not look away, we will not shrug our shoulders.
I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't help but think of that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's. I'm so sorry. We're deeply sorry.
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 We're sorry.
We're sorry.
We're sorry.
I'm so sorry.
We're sorry.
I can't tell you how much I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I just get those vibes, dude. I just.
And we will not allow the powerful to treat justice as optional. Peter Mandelson is under investigation by the UK police, not for any allegations of sexual conduct, but in relation to apparently leaking financial information to Jeffrey Epstein while he was in government. Now, as to what happens next, the Prime Minister could hold on. No one within his party at the senior level is talking about trying to replace him, and that all the briefings against him have so far been anonymous. But he does suffer from very low poll rankings here in the UK, and some do see this as the potential beginning of the end for his Prime Ministership, unless documents that are expected to come out shortly show that indeed the Prime Minister did not know the full extent of this relationship, and that he is being honest in terms of saying that he did not understand quite how close that relationship was. The Parliament Intelligence and Security Committee is going to vet those documents before releasing it, and it seems like his Starmer is banking on that.
Very sorry how I afflicted you, all of you. I can't tell you how deeply sorry I am. I think I saw something where he was getting harangued or something. Wasn't he getting harangued or something? I don't remember where the fuck this was. I don't remember. Was it on my... Was it in my likes on Black Plague or on this? He was having a rough go of it, you know what I mean? He was having a rough time. Oh yeah, it was over here.
Let me reassure the House, the process...
It was in the full clip here.
For deciding what falls into...
Boy's shaking, bro. You can see he's shaking. His hand's shaking.
I reassure the House, Mr. Speaker. Let me reassure the House. The process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary.
He had to stop his hand from shaking.
Supported by government legal teams. Can I reassure...
Rough circumstances. Very, very rough circumstances. Ro Khanna and Marjorie Taylor Greene taking out the British government is an incredible development.
Clinton. See, I like Bill, but it bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton. What do you like about him? I liked his behavior toward me. I thought he got me. He understood.
Anytime Trump says that he likes a person, like, it always has to, like, this is a true narcissist. This is how you know you're speaking to, like, a true narcissist. Oh, like 90% of the time, if not like 100, it's like 95% of the time. And I think for Trump, it's like 97% of the time, if I'm being charitable. It's like, if he says something where he's like, oh, I like this person. It always has to do with whether or not that person is favorable, charitable, gracious to you in any way, shape, or form, or understands you. Like, you'll notice he's just like, oh, what do you like about Bill Clinton? He's like, well, he gets me. He understands me. He's a Trump fan. Or, like, he'll say something, like, close to that. Like, something like that. Pretty crazy stuff, man. I guess not. Oh, here it is. This is what I was looking for. I saw this today. Or was it today? Or, I don't remember. Time's a blur. It was yesterday.
Gave Mandelson his full... When we knew this, I asked him at that dispatch box, he gave Mandelson his full confidence at that dispatch box, not once, but twice. He only sacked him after pressure from us. I am asking the Prime Minister something very specific, not about the generalities of the full extent. Can the Prime Minister tell us, did the official security vetting he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with paedophile Jeffrey Epstein?
So clear. Prime Minister.
Yes, it did. As a result, various questions were put to him. I intend to disclose to this House all of them, the national security, prejudice to international relations on one side. I want to make sure this House sees the full documentation, so it will see for itself the extent to which time and time again Mandelson completely misrepresented the extent of his relationship with Epstein and lied throughout the process, including in response to the due diligence.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is shocking what the Prime Minister has just said. How can he stand up there saying that he knew, but he just asked Peter Mandelson if the security vetting was true or false? This is a man who had been sacked from cabinet twice already for unethical behaviour. That is absolutely shocking. And that is why, later today, my party will call on the government to release all documents relating to Mandelson's appointment, not just the ones the Prime Minister wants us to see. Because this government is trying to sabotage that release with an amendment to let him choose what we see. The man who appointed Mandelson in the first place. Labour
Having a rough go over there in the UK.
now have to decide if they want to be accessories to his cover-up.
Not that we're having it any better. It's far worse.
Minister guarantee that he won't remove the whip if they refuse to vote for his whitewash amendments.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the first exemption is in relation to anything that could compromise national security. That is not a small matter, and many members on the benches opposite will know precisely why that needs to be an exemption. When we were drafting humble addresses, when we were sitting over there, we always made sure that exemption was in, because we knew how important it was to the then government. I don't think I've seen a humble address without that in, because, and just be clear, to vote to release something that would prejudice national security is wrong in principle. The second exemption is in relation to things that would prejudice international relations. There will be discussions about security and intelligence and trade, which are highly sensitive to the two countries involved and to third countries. Well, they have to ask themselves whether they want to vote to prejudice our national security. I don't think they do. I don't think, in fairness, that they do. But can I reassure the House, Mr. Speaker? Let me reassure
It's a rowdy room.
the process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by government legal teams. So they will be looking at the question of prejudice. They will be making that decision. The only additional thing I just want to put before the House, because there was a discussion this morning with the Metropolitan Police, is that we are in discussions with them about any material that they're concerned will prejudice their investigation. We're at an early stage of that discussion, but I didn't want to have the House not know that that discussion is going on.
Jeez, man. Every one of these documents is like from blank blank to gcation@gmail.com. Subject: crimes. I love killing all those people with you last week. Do it again soon. Dude, it really, like, if it wasn't so disturbing, man. I saw a little bit of this. People are speculating that Imru groomed somebody. Apparently. That, like, it's like a bunch of speculation here. Strange how this got overlooked, especially when looking at who Imru decides to share company with. You look at Imru and you're like, oh, I can kind of see, I can see the groomer. Everyone has a groomer look. To be fair, there's a lot of people that have the groomer look, but when you look at Imru now, you're like, oh, I can see the groomer potentially. I can see the predator. I'm not saying that Imru is a groomer, but you can kind of see it now. Do you see the groomer? The potential groomer in this person now? There's always like an aura or something. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's, I think it's once it gets stuck in your mind. Well, when there's an allegation or something, you're like, oh, I can kind of see it now. I don't think I'm being fair. I don't know how to explain it to anyone. The story needs to be reopened. Miss Kiff said on stream that around April 2021, Imru was dating Bonnie, a cosplayer from a different state. Bombi Bonkers turned 18 in May 2021.
This is April of 2021. We met online when we were playing AT&T Annihilator Cup. This is me and Emmy. I was introduced to her through it, and my chat started to like us hanging out. I didn't have feelings for her or anything, but I thought we could start hanging out more and be friends. We started to play games with each other on stream, and we started to grow closer together. We started calling each other, and we were flirting. We didn't do anything, but it was pretty obvious that Emru had feelings for me as well as I had for her. But we couldn't really do anything because at the time, she was dating a girl named Bonnie, another cosplayer from another state, and I was dating Maya. This is April of 2021. We met online when we were playing AT&T Annihilator Cup.
April 2021.
This is April of 2021.
If this is accurate, but she didn't turn 18 until May, she would be 17 at that time. And then the groomer narrative would actually be fitting if this is like an accurate assessment of what Miss Kiff's retelling of the story is. Now people are like talking about like, because she was telling a story, and she swears she was like telling a story about like a specific person that was prominent, a girl or whatever, that's popular, prominent, and then she was realizing she got groomed. Bon B. Bonkers comes out and denies the story being about Emaru. The person I was referencing in those clips is not Emaru, and I never said it was. Response comes shortly after numerous streamers reacted to the rumors. I did not tell the story to attempt to cancel anyone. It wasn't my intention that it blew up. If you're a regular, I always talk about relationships and shit. That's nothing new. You gotta stop assuming. Like, there's a clear incentive to like lie about who you're referencing here and cover it up. And yeah, there's a very clear incentive. It's like a victim's not always gonna like transparent, like be okay, especially if it's like a popular figure that they're referencing in terms of telling their story. So like giving it a lot of grace too, that could be a lie. She could be telling the truth that like she's not referencing Emery here, but apparently all these things are like stacking up and people are connecting the dots. It's
How old was she? She was like, actually, she was like 23, and we started getting like flirty.
Emery was 23 there in that time.
Like touchy when I was 17. I think she was 23 at the time. Sorry to go through that. I'm just like annoyed that I realized it so late because I spent so long like defending this girl, and I thought like she was a victim too. And in some cases, yeah, but it's like, why would you like why? I don't know. And it took me a long time too because it's like, you know how people can be when it comes to like girls versus guys doing weird shit. Girls get away with a lot of stuff. And I'm being like, for real, girls get away with a lot of shit. Because it's like, oh, what's a girl? Girls are like inherently innocent, right? And now, I even remember one of my friends was straight up like, dude, like she just like groomed you, like what? And I was like, I don't know, I feel like it kind of like glitched. I was like, what? That's not possible. She's a girl. But no, it's possible.
I feel like this is like one of those things where like I might have the hot take here, but I don't think it's really appropriate, and I think it could be a problematic age. I think it's still kind of a problematic age gap that you probably shouldn't do at all. 18, 23. I don't know. It's just like around that, like, but I don't know if I feel comfortable with like, I guess it depends on exactly what like kind of behavior was going on. I don't know if like, I don't know if it feels like as accurate. I don't know. Like 17 is strange. Wait, so 6 years. I think it's strange enough. I think there's enough a meaningful difference. Yeah, no. It's strange. It's strange. Even with the legal age of consent or whatever, I get the meme or whatever. It's still really strange. I don't think you should be doing that.
So, yeah. I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't know. I feel like, no, because it's still strange. It's just really strange. Like, it's like 16, 15. It's like, would I be? It's like, I don't think I would. It's like, no, it's still really, really strange. It's just, it's in that like barely legal, illegal. It's not okay. I don't think it's okay.
I think it's weird. So, yeah.
Because I think I'd feel the same way if she was like just 18. Like, that's like the legal age, but it's still. It'd still just be like, I don't think that's appropriate.
I don't know how I feel about it because it's just again, it's like a really weird situation. So I feel like, and I also just can't say anything. Really, I can't just outright say it because I don't know. Anyway, how did we get on this topic anyway? put my horn
Can't
down.
outright say it because they're a public figure. It's obviously about Imra. It's like, it's very clear. It's very, if you connect all of the dots, it's so obvious. Twitch star, January 3rd, 1998, 27 years old. At the time, I was 23 at that time. There's like a 6-year, just about 5-6 year difference here. Justice said the alleged groomer was a conventionally attractive woman who was popular.
One of the reasons I don't talk about the woman that
Why is it so low here? Is that just me? Or is it low?
did that to me is because it's like, it's a conventionally attractive woman, like, who's popular. How am I ever gonna like be taken seriously? No one's gonna give a fuck. They're gonna be like, oh, you should be grateful, because people are like that. People have been like that, and it's like, why should I be grateful? Like, I'm traumatized. Hello? What? One of the reasons I don't talk about
Bunny Buckers, said while being groomed by a man, she would flirt with a woman and started dating the woman when she turned 18 in a live stream from April 2021. Emma said she helped Bun B out of a bad relationship with a guy. Yeah, it's so fucking clear and obvious. It's like the most obvious.
when I was 17, I don't know why I was wearing, but when I was like 17, I had just gotten out of a really toxic relationship. I was fucking being groomed and like essayed and shit and like taken advantage of. You guys know who I'm talking about. When I was like 15 through 17, I had just gotten out of a relationship, and I feel like it wasn't even when I was still in the relationship and they came by to visit me, we were like flirting and like getting romantic and like holding hands. We didn't kiss, but we were like.
Wait, were they talking while she was 15 and 16? That makes it even worse. Like, it would be one thing if she was like 17 at the time. That's very strange.
Like,
I don't think that's so appropriate, but like, is it even worse because she was like 15 and 16 at the time when they were talking? She was helping Bon B get out of the relationship?
When I was 17, I don't know why I'm wearing, but when I was like 17, I had just gotten out.
When I was 17, I just got out.
Of a really toxic relationship. I was fucking being groomed and like essayed and shit and like taken advantage of. You guys know who I'm talking about. When I was like 15 through 17, I had just gotten out of a relationship, and I feel like it wasn't even when I was still in the relationship and they came by to visit me, we were like flirting and like getting romantic and like holding hands. We didn't kiss, but we were like getting romantic and like it wasn't even when I was still in the relationship and they came by to visit me, we were like flirting and like getting romantic and like holding hands. We didn't kiss, but we were like.
Wait.
When I was like 15 through 17, I had just gotten advantage of. You guys know who I'm talking about. When I was like 15 through 17, I had just gotten out of a relationship, and I feel like
it was 15, 16 when I was in a relationship.
When I was still in the relationship and they came by to visit me, we were like flirting and like getting romantic and like holding hands. We didn't kiss, but we were like. But we were like, I got them flowers. We held hands and we talked about, oh, you're so cute. Like, oh my god, you're so adorable. Shit like that. Like, we would flirt. And that was like while I was still being groomed by the guy. And after like we broke up. You know why I broke up with him? It wasn't just because he was a terrible person, because I was in love with her. And I told him, I was like, I'm in love with him, like, I can't be with you. And then, yeah, the second I turned 18, we started dating. We actually started dating.
Wait, was it while she was 15 and 16 this was happening too? Like, the grooming process was around the age? Yeah, if that's the case, that's like a lot worse. In a stream from early 2022, Emma described a situation where she claimed she stole a girl from a guy she hated. In fairness, she said they didn't actually date, but this is probably a story about Bonnie Bunkers.
In terms of stealing girls, I've never stolen I did steal someone. No, wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. I didn't intentionally steal anyone's girlfriend. Oh, no. It was a girl who had a boyfriend and I was friends with her. And after they broke up, she, like, asked if I liked her. And she said that she, like, liked me while she was with him, but we didn't date or anything. But I really disliked that guy, which is why I claim that I stole her.
This could be accurate to the story. Did they ever officially date, if I remember it? We denying dating or whatever to make it less obvious. Did they officially date? Seems like it. From, like, how Miskiff tells it.
When I was 17, I don't know why I was wearing, but when I was like 17.
I don't know why people keep bringing that up. I don't know what that is. Denies not to be that guy, but what if she got paid off to change the story? It's not uncommon for victims to be peer pressured. Like I said, bitches is not Hollywood. What a dumb fucking statement. Still a public figure, you fucking retard. Use your fucking brain for 2 seconds. So dating a minor when you're 17 and she's 25 is fine. You're retarded, so you agree that it's retarded. Okay. If you're to ask me, I think I think it's Zimmer. I think it's pretty clear. I think in the situation that if they met when she was 17 or something like that, and if the story is all about like when she's 17, she's like, I still think it's really inappropriate. I don't think you should do that with that age gap. I don't think that's like the end of the world. I'm going to be real. I'm not going to pretend. But in the circumstance, if you knew this person for longer and you were talking to them, especially in flirtatious ways when they were 15, 16, then yeah, groomer. Like, groomer. Very clear. Yes. Very bad. A lot, like 10 times worse, yes. Epstein was a spy for how many governments? How many countries does this guy have shaping the pedo blackmail? He was also tied to Saudi Arabia, UAE, and a bunch of shady intelligence. I don't know if there's anything. I feel like it would have said something on the Epstein files area. They would have mentioned. Epstein's network is still operational. Email suggests that his trafficking operation is still in full force. Was Epstein even the head of this or just a puppet for a much larger puppet? I feel like he's like an important piece, but he's like primarily a tool. Like he's just like one of many puppets. But like one of the bigger key puppets is the best way to put it. She was she was and still is a long-term employee of the Epstein trafficking ring that is still running and being funded today. Huh. I ordered some sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you, just so you don't have to drink juices from old hairy things. Very yummy. I was going to ship them to you in Paris, but I hear you are coming back, so I'll send them to 71st with Sarah. So I feel like, so it's like pizza, coconuts. I just blanked on what the other one was. It was cream cheese and bagels, stuff like that. Yeah. They probably used a lot of different code words at a lot of different times, or they were just straightforward and transparent about what they were doing with some of the emails. Mandelson and Epstein are sick. July 2009, Epstein had just been released after serving 13 months for soliciting prostitution from a child. Mandelson asks, how is Freedom feeling? Epstein says, she feels fresh, firm, and creamy. Naughty boy. Jeez. Disgusting. Who sent this? Hi, Jeffrey. I hope you're well. Have a beautiful day. Kisses. And then he responds with tits and ass, please. Tried to call, met new pussy wide day from Russia. She will send me pictures. 22, no agency. Jesus Christ. Pizza. Yeah, okay. I've yeah, okay. So the pizza, yeah, even further. Feels like code word. Being used as a code word, especially there. Tony Hawk apparently had a wedding on Little St. James Island. This redacted interview dropped one of the most surreal celebrity cameos yet. The claim that Tony Hawk didn't just visit. He didn't just visit Little St. James, but he actually got married there. The witness allegedly trafficked from Ireland at age 13, places herself on the island during the timeline that includes both a visit from Prince Andrew, or no, not Andrew, sorry, Prince Edward, and the legendary skaters, nuptials? I don't even know what the fuck this word is. Nuptials? Nuptials? What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this word?
Nuptial.
Nuptial? The skater's nuptials. Why didn't you just put wedding? Why didn't you just put wedding? I've never heard this word in my life. Just put wedding. Skater's wedding. Fuck you. Fuck you for that. The report takes a darker turn when describing the island's exit policy, where the witness states that the only way to leave was to pose for naked photos. They would have sex with the young woman, and she was taken from Ireland and brought to Jeffrey Epstein's island when she was 13 years old. Blank reported that she was there when Prince Edwards was there, and when Tony Hawk got married on the island, Blank said the only way to get off the island was to take naked photos, or pose that there was why so many photos laying around the house. More fancy for weddings. I hate it. I hate that word. I hate it. I hate nuptials. Why would you have a wedding? So cringe. Bro had a wedding there. What the fuck wrong with you? Is Latin for wedding? Still hate it. I still hate it. I hate that word. Still hate it. Chairman of one of America's biggest law firms resigns over Epstein ties. Brad Karp, chairman of Paul Weiss, just stepped down after newly released messages. So he exchanged emails with Epstein about clients and his own son. Wait, why didn't you put the emails there? Whatever. 2019 email to Epstein, the chairman of Paul Weiss wrote about a draft legal motion. I don't see a credible counter to our arguments. Case law is totally stacked in favor of our position. Particularly like the argument that the victims lied in wait and sat on the right for their strategic advantage, knowing you were in prison before they came forward. He put victims in quotes. The head of one of America's most prestigious law firms was coaching Epstein on legal strategy and mocking his victims 5 months before Epstein died in his cell. Subhuman scum. DOJ quietly killed the download all button. They thought this shit wouldn't be downloaded all the way through, especially with this administration. Ain't no way. Motherfuckers are downloading all of it. Nah, you're not getting it right. Nah. Fort Knox gold gone. Why would it concern Epstein? Someone sending Epstein an email regarding missing gold and CIA retaliation. Article claims Dominique Strauss-Kahn's 2011 sex crime charges were CIA retaliation after he found Fort Knox's gold was missing and are unaccounted for. The charges were later dropped. A man who would later be jailed on sex charges himself was reading about powerful men being framed with sex charges. Why would you be emailed about Fort Knox? I say that, but like, knowing his ties at this point. Epstein talks decapitation. Epstein casually talking about decapitating girls. Some are like shrimp. You throw away the head and keep the body. Jeez. Dude, it's like actually... I wish you could dig this guy up from his grave and just, you know, hold him accountable. Meaningfully accountable in the worst ways possible. Actual, like, filth. This is like... That's disgusting. Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her on Friday? There's so much stuff just in the emails where it's like... It's just, that's incredible. It's just, I don't... There's like, this is like the type of stuff where you're like, I just have no faith in like... It just all needs to be torn down. There's just no faith in our fucking system at all. There's like literally zero. I have literally zero. It's all gone. I maybe had like 2% before. Now it's like literally zero. It's disgusting. So here's the EU politician Lord Peter Mandelson, implicated with Epstein and continued visits to Russia. Emails show years of casual, unguarded exchanges between Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein while Mandelson was repeatedly traveling to Russia. In messages from 2011 to 2013, Mandelson casually references time in Moscow and St. Petersburg, late nights in clubs, massages, and trips described as a rave, with mentions of models and social scenes. One exchange even jokes about Epstein being with a 20-year-old Russian woman. It's the pattern. Repeated Russia visits, business references, and personal details openly discussed over non-secure email with Epstein. Are you enjoying yourself? Where are you? Wait, are you enjoying yourself? Oh boy, where are you? And by the way, when we say wife, we don't mean 20-year-olds in Russian. Sitting in Club 35 in Moscow after manicure, pedicure, massage, swim, waiting for omelet, call me. I can't even read this. It's a rave. I think, yeah. Yeah, the IDFs. It's definitely Mossad. Like it was like that's the most easy. Like that's the most easy. Like yeah, that's like a certainty. Even before any of these other more detailed. Like his primary boss, I think, is just Netanyahu. Straightforward, just straightforwardly. Text messages reference the kid getting bikini wax, Pornhub introduction, and placement test. February 2019 texts from Epstein's phone are horrifying. The kid couldn't have done bikini wax because hair are too short next time. Doing her and Alina's nails. Kid will come to the house straight from Frederick with iPad portfolio, then done with Pornhub introduction. Another message. Kid is taking placement tests next week. I gave her all the information. This was 5 months before Epstein's arrest. Jeez. Epstein's ex, Eva Dubin, 2010. Come visit next week. My 15-year-old daughter is having 5 friends over. Eva Dubin, Epstein's girlfriend from 1981 to 1990, now married to a hedge fund billionaire, emailed him with a casual invite. Her exact hook, come and visit next week. Selena will have 5 friends over. You should not have your children. You should not have children. You should lose custody of your children immediately. Seems like her daughter was wittingly or not a recruiter or worse. Probably, if knowingly, it would have been like groomed into. Did you learn whether your perception was correct? Same objection. It was younger. Yes, I did. How old was this girl? 15 years old. What happens next when Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein and a 15-year-old girl walk into Eva Anderson's home? Object to the form, foundation. They proceed into the dining room area, which is across from the living room area. I go into the kitchen and I hear a conversation start. Very muffled. I could not hear any particulars about the conversation whatsoever. My wife and I are in the kitchen preparing the evening meal. Eva brings the young girl into the kitchen. In the kitchen, there is an island with 3 bar stools. Eva instructs the young girl to sit to the furthest bar stool on the right. Describe for me what the girl looked like, including her demeanor and anything else you remember about her when she walks into the kitchen. Very attractive, very beautiful. Young girl, makeup, a very particular casual dress, but she seemed to be upset, maybe distraught, and she was shaking. As she sat down and sat in the stool, exactly the way the girls that I mentioned to you sat at Jeffrey's house with no expression, with their head down. But we could tell that she was very nervous. Question, what do you mean by distraught and shaking? What do you mean by that? Answer, shaking, I mean literally quivering. Question, what happens next? Answer, we were, again, the absurdity never introduced. Like you would walk into a room and say, this is... So my wife and I are in the kitchen and this young girl is sitting there. It was a very uncomfortable moment. I look at my wife and so I want to ease the moment. So I introduced myself and I introduced my wife. She doesn't really respond. And I asked her, are you okay? And she doesn't really respond. Nothing verbal, no cues. Her head is still down. I asked her if she would like some water, tissues, anything. She basically doesn't respond. Question, you ask her for a tissue? Answer, if she would like a tissue or some water at that time. Question, why was she crying at the time? Answer, my perception, she was on the verge of crying and I'm trying to loosen the situation every way I know how. So the only way I know how, I thought maybe this will comfort her. I said, oh, by the way, do you work for Jeffrey? And she says that, I guess, kind of made her feel comfortable because maybe it was that comment or my persistence. And she said yes. So I said, what do you do? And she says, I'm Jeffrey's executive assistant, personal assistant, which from looking at her just didn't seem to suit. And I blurted out, you're his executive personal assistant. What do you do? And she says, I was hired as his executive personal assistant. I schedule his appointments. And I'm shocked. And I blurted out, you seem quite young. How did you get a job? How old are you? And she says to me, point blank, I'm 15 years old. And I said to her, you're 15 years old and you have a position like that? At that point, she just breaks down hysterically. So I feel like I just said something wrong. And she will not stop crying. My wife and I were at a loss for words, and I kept on trying to console her. And nothing I was saying. Are you all right? Do you need a tissue? Do you need water? Consoles her. And then in a state of shock, she just lets it rip. And what she told me was just unbelievable. What did she say? Object to the form and foundation. Oh. We need all the files. We still have like 3 million files left at least. Well, they got like what? Half of them? Okay, pedo troll. Funny old pedo troll doing this pedo troll thing. Good old pedo troll. New Tesla's connected in a different way. Wait. Noop Tiles is connected to Nymphomaniac. Fuck, man. Deepak Chopra emailed Jeffrey Epstein in 2017 with just 2 lines. God is a contract, cute girls are real. The man built $1 billion brand on spiritual enlightenment, and this is how he talks to a convicted sex offender. President Trump says it's time to turn the page on the Epstein scandal. We'd like to turn to the pages of 3.3 million documents that haven't been released yet, Mr. President. Are you still convinced Epstein killed himself? Yes, 100%. He knows something we don't, or he knows something he won't say.
Quantico, you told me when we last talked, this is 8 months ago when we did an interview with the FBI and Quantico, that you were convinced that Epstein killed himself in jail. Today, 8 months after that, are you still convinced?
Yes.
100%.
Yes, sir.
You told me when we last talked, this is 8 months ago.
Dude, that motherfucker probably afraid to die. You say anything else, he's lying through his teeth, and he's a piece of shit. But like that motherfucker probably does not. That motherfucker does not want to contradict himself or anything like that. Like he has to stick to that story. He has to stick to that narrative. I do not feel sorry for him, but I think if he contradicted his narrative, that motherfucker's life at risk. His whole reputation, everything's at risk. Denims on Imru. Tides are turning on this particular character.
I did see this fucking making the rounds. This was crazy. Emma is friends with Asmongold Lakari, Tectone, plus she thinks Ethan Klein's lawsuits are justified. This is crazy. 28,000 likes, 700,000 views. Racist chud. This is a crazy fucking post. So I will say tides are turning on this particular character. I will say that.
Thank God, too. God, she was Emma is such an obnoxious personality. Fuck out of here.
I will say that.
Absolute fucking loser. Loser content. Hate that content. Loser content. Boring. Boring. Oh, okay. I think we might be done for now. Yeah, we might be done. I think next stream we'll find a main piece of content, like a debate to cover or something crazy to cover. We'll try to find a main piece of content to really go through. That's what we'll do next time.
Let them figure it out, which
what
means
is
who
old
knows
Erudite doing right now?
what Russian Orthodox theology is. I'm sure it's fucking insane because it's filled with KGB shit.
Okay, well, yeah, instead of just like, I don't know, have too much knowledge of the religion,
But instead of just tying it to that, why don't we just
How
give
can you
definitions
say
of what we
you
think
want
Christian nationalism is?
Well, the issue is if you don't have that much knowledge about Christian morality or Christian anything outside of Supreme Court.
I'm already.
He's been willing to-
Maybe there'll be something funny that I could actually cover from this later on. She's profoundly boring. Even as like local content, it's just like profoundly boring. I feel like I have to. The TikTok stuff was gold. The TikTok stuff was truly peak erudite local content. Me, Elon Musk. Dude, her crash out over the word retard is just like the. It's like peak. It's like peak gold. Shmeelon Schmuck. Yeah, Kyla's actually just profoundly fucking boring. No thanks. I'm good. I don't want to sleep on stream. That's not the goal, you know what I mean? That's not the goal. The goal is not to sleep on stream. Yeah, okay. Shmeelon Schmuck. Am I like, whose content? Wait, I don't know. Whose content? Whose content? Did you say did you recommend somebody? I don't see who you recommended, Saxon. I don't see who you recommended, Saxon. I don't see it. I don't know why I don't see it, but I don't see it. I don't see the name. New Q Leering Center? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is. YouTube link. YouTube link. What are you talking about, bro? Link it in the Discord or something, if that's what you're trying to do. Link it in the Discord, bro. Shmeelon Schmash. Shmeelon Schmash. Shmeelon Schmash. Shamanga, Tifos, I think. Tifos. Shamayosham. Hoy. Koya, Shamaya. Tifos. She went for Tifos. Yeah, for maybe like off stream. I don't know about on stream. Bomb! I'm like profoundly fucking bored and overwhelmed. These last 2 months have been. This last year has been just insane. It's like an exhausting, overwhelmingly dark, cruel, never-ending fucking nightmare. It's like to the point of like boredom though. It's just like, oh, another bad thing? Oh, cool. Here's another bad thing. Another bad thing? Wow, I'm so shocked. Wait, you mean to tell me Trump did another bad thing? Wow. You don't fucking say. It's like, how many fucking bad things? Like, don't you get fucking tired of being a piece of shit? You want to take a fucking break? You have anything better to do with your fucking life than fucking annoy us? For your profoundly narcissistic fucking annoyance. Like, can you fuck off and die already? Please. I'm begging you. to fucking just croak already. It's like, go away. Like we have other bigger fish to fry. Well, not even bigger fish, but other big fish to fry. But like, you're just a profound fucking nuisance. Your entire existence is just there to like poke and prod and apparently just remind us that like no one will do anything because our system is fucking broken. Even when it's the most like obvious piece of fucking shit doing the most obvious piece of shit stuff. It all just disintegrates. It disintegrates my belief in humanity. Just
If you just warm Mars
Fuck off. Just fuck off and die already, please.
up,
Just. Warming a planet is not just adjusting your thermostat. It's an energy balance problem involving solar flux, atmospheric escape, and gravity.
there's a lot of frozen CO2 and frozen water.
Yeah, but even if you released all of it, the resulting atmosphere would be only a few percent of Earth's pressure. Not enough to make oceans.
The CO2 would densify the atmosphere. The liquid water would
Not nearly enough. Maybe 2% of Earth's.
form oceans and lakes.
No, pressure's still too low, below the triple point of water. Liquid water's either going to boil or sublimate. You don't get oceans. You get fog and ice lost into space.
And how would you warm it up?
That's a good question, because the sun failed to do so for over 4 billion years.
You could create like miniature suns.
Wow. So a stellar fusion reactor. So millions of tons of hydrogen.
Miniature suns, dude.
Degrees, gravitational confinement, making artificial suns. All right, we're well into sci-fi territory.
With the poles.
What? What kind of engineering would be involved in creating a mini sun?
Sci-fi kind that collapses physics.
You hover above the poles.
Well, it can't be gravitationally contained.
Yes, that kills it right there.
Have to do giant thermonuclear explosions every few seconds.
No. So you're going to need billions of the most powerful nuclear weapon ever, detonated continuously for centuries. And that's
Elon Musk just says profoundly stupid fucking shit on the regular. This guy's debunking it in a very more like specific, detail-oriented way.
Not retaining an atmosphere.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, honestly, not that hard.
It is literally harder than building a Dyson swarm. This would also strip what atmosphere that Mars has, blast volatiles into space, and irradiate the surface.
If you just warm Mars up.
Just.
Not that hard. Not that hard. You know, I said Elon Musk. Shmeelon Shmusk. Shmeelon Pameliosha. Piny baby huh? Yeah, I might watch this stuff on my off time. That's actually a good recommendation. Thank you. I'll keep them in mind. Well, like I'm not just saying that either. Thank you. Man. Expert sounds alarm on uncertainty after expiring nuclear weapons treaty. Oh, great.
Tonight, for the first time in more than 50 years, the world's largest nuclear powers, the U.S. and Russia, do not have an agreement limiting their long-range nuclear arsenals. The most recent deal, signed 15 years ago, expired today. Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan now on what this means in an already dangerous world.
The bomb was exploded. 81 years ago, America became the first and only country to use a nuclear weapon in war. Fear of the ensuing arms race with Russia led multiple presidents to agree to limit their arsenals. Today, those restrictions expire, leaving no limits on the size and structure of those weapon supplies. Arms control expert Daryl Kimball.
That uncertainty can be extremely dangerous when and if there is a crisis that could lead to the employment of nuclear weapons.
China boasts the fastest growing arsenal, planning to reach 1,000 nuclear warheads in the next 4 years. President Xi Jinping has shown little interest in President Trump's past attempts to broker a three-way arms control deal with Vladimir Putin, who has already used nuclear-capable missiles in Ukraine. He is also suspected of helping North Korea with its nuclear program. As for the U.S., the Pentagon now plans to deploy more nuclear warheads on its submarines. And President Trump told 60 Minutes in November that he's personally willing to push the boundaries.
I'm saying that we're going to test nuclear weapons like other countries do.
The U.S. has not yet carried out such a test. Today, Trump authorized high-level military talks with Russia to maintain peace, and he's vowed he wants to negotiate a brand new, modernized nuclear treaty.
Negotiations with Russia are always tough and difficult. These agreements cannot be accomplished in a 2-hour summit somewhere.
Will we actually trust Trump to be able to... I mean, maybe. The only thing... Maybe. Because he's basically Russia's bitch, in a way. I might be a little bit more confident that, like, that could be done because he's Russia's bitch. That's the only reason I'm a little bit more optimistic about this kind of thing.
And Tony, while restrictions on the nuclear-armed superpowers may be off, tomorrow, President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff will try to talk Iran's top diplomat out of any nuclear ambition or ballistic missiles. Trump had said that the U.S. destroyed Iran's program 8 months ago, but now he believes Iran might be trying to restart it.
Margaret, thank you very
much. Fun. Strange game, only way we move is not to play. Israel has long had the sanction option, which nullifies any treaty anyway. If you get in the way of them trafficking, bombing, torturing, shooting, starving, eating children, you get nuked. Samson option.
We've all heard of Samson, the biblical figure with superhuman strength tied to his uncut hair. But what happens when a nation's strength, its very existence, feels threatened? Enter the Samson option, a chilling last resort, a nuclear endgame. Not a mythical tale, but a doctrine whispered about in the halls of power. Today, we delve into the unsettling reality of this option, exploring its history, implications, and the disturbing story of investigative journalist Seymour Hersh's claims against Israel. Let's transport ourselves to the Negev desert. Sun-scorched sands, a seemingly barren landscape, but beneath the surface, a different kind of power simmers, a power born from the ashes of unimaginable horror, a power shrouded in secrecy. This is the birthplace of the Samson option, Israel's nuclear deterrent, its ultimate safeguard. A chilling echo from the past whispers its essence. We can still remember the smell of Auschwitz and
They'd be insane enough to fucking launch it. I don't know if they would be insane enough if like somebody actually tried to intervene and stop them. Like a superpower. I don't think they would. I could be wrong. Would they actually do that? I don't know, man.
Next time, we'll take all of you with us. Investigative journalist Seymour Hersh, in his controversial work, pulls back the curtain on this clandestine program. He argues that Israel, a nation forged in the crucible of conflict, secretly embarked on a path to nuclear armament, aided and abetted by a surprising accomplice, the United States. In the early 1950s, Israel was a fledgling state surrounded by hostile neighbors. Survival wasn't a given. It was a daily struggle. Key figures emerged, driven by a fierce determination to secure their nation's future. David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, possessed an unwavering resolve. Shimon Peres, a young, ambitious leader, saw the strategic potential of nuclear weapons. And Ernst David Bergman, a brilliant scientist, provided the intellectual firepower, laying the groundwork for what would become a highly sophisticated nuclear program. Their shared belief, conventional military superiority alone was insufficient. As one account vividly captures Ben-Gurion's resolve, the desert would glow before it bloomed. This wasn't just about defense. It was about ensuring that if Israel fell, it wouldn't fall alone. This, my friends, is the genesis of the Samson option, a doctrine born not from strength, but from a profound sense of vulnerability, a last resort, a nuclear endgame. Seymour Hersh isn't a stranger to controversy. He's a journalistic heavyweight, a Pulitzer Prize winner, known for his relentless pursuit of truth, often in the darkest corners of power. He's the journalist who exposed the My Lai massacre during the Vietnam War, the one who delved into the Abu Ghraib prison scandal. A man who doesn't shy away from challenging official narratives. Hersh's claims regarding the Samson option are equally provocative. He alleges that Israel not only possesses this nuclear endgame strategy, but has also come perilously.
I would commentate more, but I'm trying to learn more about the Samson option. I'm trying to get a better feel for like whether or not Israel be insane enough to fucking just, if they, somebody like a superpower tried to stop them, if they would actually be willing to do this shit. I get a better feel for this.
Not once, but multiple times. He paints a picture of high-stakes brinkmanship, of moments where the world teetered on the precipice of nuclear annihilation, unbeknownst to most of us. Now, Hersh's work is often met with a mixture of admiration and skepticism. His reliance on anonymous sources, while sometimes necessary in the shadowy world of intelligence and covert operations, also opens him up to criticism. So what evidence does he present? He points to declassified documents, insider testimonies, and his own extensive network of contacts within the intelligence community. He argues that the Samson option isn't just a theoretical construct, but a tangible policy that has shaped Israeli decision-making in critical moments. He describes scenarios where Israeli leaders, facing seemingly insurmountable odds, considered unleashing their nuclear arsenal as a final act of defiance. Think about that for a moment. A nation facing extinction, willing to take the entire world down with it. It's a chilling thought, a terrifying prospect. But is it true? That's the question we must grapple with. We need to examine the evidence, scrutinize the claims, and engage in critical thinking, because the implications are too significant to ignore. The Samson option isn't just a military doctrine, it's a geopolitical earthquake. It throws traditional deterrence theory out the window. Think about it. Mutually assured destruction, or MAD, as it was aptly called during the Cold War, relied on the threat of retaliation to prevent a first strike. It's a grim logic, but it worked. The Samson option, however, isn't about preventing attack. It's about guaranteeing retaliatory devastation, even if the state itself is already destroyed.
Israel had 6 new German subs with cruise missile nukes in 1967. Six-Day War was just a year after Israel nuke test.
Now, imagine the impact this has on international relations. It introduces a level of unpredictability, of desperation, that is incredibly destabilizing.
Was it really? Six-Day War? I'm trying to look for someone to get a better feel for this answer here. I'll take your word on it for now. Yeah, I won't look for it forever. If I find out later or whatever, we'll
Arms
We'll
control
see.
treaties
We'll come
designed to
back
limit
to
the
it.
spread and use of nuclear weapons become almost irrelevant in the face of such a doctrine. A nation armed with the Samson option isn't playing by the same rules. It's operating outside the established framework of nuclear deterrence. Furthermore, the Samson option raises a chilling paradox. Could a doctrine designed as a deterrent actually increase the risk of nuclear war? By removing the incentive for restraint in a moment of existential crisis, it could create a hair-trigger scenario. A perceived slight, a miscalculation, a moment of panic could have catastrophic consequences. The very existence of the Samson option could embolden adversaries, forcing them to consider preemptive strikes before such an option could be enacted. It's a dangerous game of chicken, played with the highest possible stakes. The geopolitical landscape shifts, the tectonic plates of power grind against each other, and the tremors are felt across the globe. The Samson option throws a long, dark shadow over international security, a shadow we cannot afford to ignore. Let's delve into the psychological underpinnings of such a drastic doctrine. What drives a nation, a people, to contemplate such a final, devastating act? The Samson option isn't just a military strategy, it's a window into the psychology of survival. It's about the primal instinct to fight back, even when faced with obliteration. Imagine living under the constant shadow of existential threat. Knowing that your very existence is perpetually questioned, challenged, threatened. This creates a siege mentality, a sense of being surrounded, of being constantly on the defensive. Fear and insecurity become deeply ingrained in the national psyche, shaping policies, influencing decisions, and driving a relentless pursuit of security, no matter the cost. This psychological landscape is fertile ground for the Samson option to take root. It becomes a psychological shield, a last resort, a way to maintain a sense of control in the face of overwhelming powerlessness. It's a way of saying, you may destroy us, but we will not go quietly, we will not be victims again. This resonates deeply with a nation that has experienced the horrors of the Holocaust, a nation born from the ashes of genocide. The allure of ultimate weapons, the power to inflict unimaginable destruction, can become a powerful psychological crutch. It provides a sense of security, a feeling of ultimate power, a way to project strength and deter aggression. But this sense of security can be deceptive, even dangerous. It can lead to a false sense of invulnerability, a willingness to take risks that might otherwise be avoided. The psychology of existential threat is complex, a tangled web of fear, insecurity, and the desperate desire for survival. And the Samson option is its most extreme manifestation. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button for more content like this. I love hearing from you.
I don't know if I'm convinced based off of that they would actually go with the Samson option. If any foreign government would, I think they'd be the most likely. I'm not sure that I'm convinced. If like you got in their way of stopping, like say like the Gaza genocide or something like that, that they would be willing to go as far as to just like. I feel like they would only use this option if they like a superpower was actually attacking them or some other. Like if they actually felt like they were at a huge disadvantage, that they were all
Tonight, for the first time in more than 50
destined to like the state was just like going to be torn down ultimately. I don't think if you got in their way of committing a mass slaughter or whatever that they would actually go through with that, as long as they felt like Israel could stand as a state still.
We're here.
Our genocide. Is there a comment made or something calling it our genocide?
Since the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attacks, Israel's killed more than 64,000 Palestinians in Gaza, with the real toll likely much higher. Famine has been declared, and most of the territory lies in ruins, with Israel's military continuing to destroy civilian structures as it pushes deeper into Gaza. And although recent polls have shown that among Israeli Jews, there's little sympathy for Palestinian suffering in Gaza, a small group of people here are trying to sound the alarm.
We're walking south. So, I mean, if you got into a car here, within probably like an hour, you would get to Gaza, in that direction.
Samson option there was poorly presented. Shit video. I mean... Yeah, probably. They could have gone a little bit more... I feel like he could have been more convincing. There could have been a stronger argument for why they would do that, a more in-depth argument. I'm not sure that video convinced me necessarily that they would actually go through with this option. They refuse to confirm or deny it has nuclear weapons or to describe how it would use them. A policy of deliberate ambiguity known as nuclear ambiguity or nuclear opacity. Opacity? This has made it difficult for anyone to anyone outside the Israeli government to describe the country's true nuclear policy definitively, while still allowing Israel to influence the perception, strategies, and actions of other governments. However, over the years, some Israeli leaders have publicly acknowledged their country's nuclear capability. During his 2006 confirmation hearings before the United States Senate regarding his appointment as George W. Bush's Secretary of Defense, Robert Gates admitted that Israel had nuclear weapons. 2 years later, in 2008, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter stated the number of nuclear weapons held by Israel had to be 150 or more. A professor of military history at Israel's Hebrew University wrote that since Gates admitted that Israel had nuclear weapons, any talk of Israel's nuclear weapons in Israel can lead to arrest, trial, and imprisonment. Thus, Israeli commentators talk in euphemisms such as doomsday weapons and the sanction option. Okay. Here is a let me reread this part again. Here is a potential schizo read of this. Like if I wanted to be like funny schizo conspiracy guy. I think they're going with nuclear ambiguity to scare people off from like really meaningfully challenging them. I think Jimmy Carter and Robert Gates might actually just be lying about Israel having nuclear weapons. This is like a schizo. I'm out there. Maybe they're telling the truth about this. And this is part of like how how it functions, where it's like you never know for certain. But like this is an interesting. I don't know. I feel like if you had nuclear weapons, you would just say you have nuclear weapons. I don't know why you would go down this road. I feel like they want to do this for a very specific purpose, where it's like, oh, you really don't want to fuck with us. Make sure you really don't want to fuck with us because we have nuclear weapons. Like they want to like make it ambiguity, like they want the threat to linger. I feel like if they had nuclear weapons, they would be like a lot more precise. Jimmy Carter is honest. Nah, motherfuckers in the government present, like if you're operating in the government, you're gonna have to lie about something. You can be honest in a lot of different ways, but I think like eventually you will like lie to the public about something. I'm not saying Jimmy Carter is necessarily like the biggest liar or whatever, or like he's always lying about. I'm just saying like there are going to be certain things that you have to either keep secret, like lying by omission as someone who works in the government, or you're going to have to directly lie for your ally. I don't know. I feel like if you definitely had nukes or nuclear weapons, you would just straightforwardly say, yeah, we have this shit. I feel like this is like a way of being like, do you really want to take that gamble? I think that's the goal there. I think it's like the goal is like, do you really want to test us? I don't think you really want to test us. Well, they're not signatories to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Well, we all know that Israel gets treated like with like kids' gloves. Like they get extra special treatment apparently from America. So if like any other government agency knows of them having nukes or any nuclear capabilities, I'm pretty sure it's going to be America. I'm going to be real. They have had tons of leeway. They've had tons of privileges, like this would not surprise me in the least bit that they don't have nukes and they're leaving it ambiguous as a means of like trying to deter people off from even trying to take the risk. They were like, oh, we don't know for certain. So if they're willing to go with the Samson option, if it comes to that or whatever, then let's not fuck with them. Let's not fuck with their shit, okay? That's just my guess, though. It's just my guess. I'm just guessing. I feel like I'm leaning towards that. I feel like if you had nukes, you would just say it. If you had nuclear weapons, you would just say it. That's already a threat in of itself. Why would Israel not have nuclear weapons is another way to look at it, because as much as America benefits off of Israel, like, I think they would want to have more of the power, and if America needed to put its foot down meaningfully, I don't think you would want to have Israel having any of the nuclear capabilities. Now, I say that, but they have blackmail on Trump. So by this point, I mean, the simplest of threats can be made, and they could probably get access to nuclear. They have blackmail on tons of people. So, like, I say that, but like they could probably get access to that stuff anyway through those kind of threats alone. Or I'm not sure exactly. I'm 50-50 on it. I'm leaning towards no because the nuclear ambiguity angle is so strange. I don't know why you would do it. I really don't. They have had no problem exerting force and showing force and you know, really showing it, like saying that what kind of things they'd be willing to do. I don't know why you wouldn't be straightforward as, yeah, we have nukes, motherfucker. Don't test us. I don't know why you wouldn't. You might want to research out how the Soviet Union got their nukes in the first place. How did the USSR get their nukes? The result of a combination of scientific research, intelligence gathering, and the use of East German industry. Program was initiated by psychiatrist Igor Kurchatov in 1943. Following the discovery of nuclear fission in the West, Soviets relied on detailed design descriptions from spies inside the Manhattan Project, and most notably Klaus Fuchs. After the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the program accelerated, leading to the detonation of the first Soviet atomic bomb, known as Joe-1, on August 29, 1949. The program's success was a direct result of the Soviets' ability to replicate the U.S. Fat Man bomb design and their use of East German resources. Oh, so you're basically saying, like, Israel could just replicate it by doing this. I mean, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt it, but it's just it's such a weird angle to just be like, we don't want to be direct in saying whether or not we have it. I don't know why you would go with that angle. It's so stupid. I feel like if you're trying to really convince somebody that, like, we don't fuck with us, I feel like you'd be more direct, but it's that's the only reason I'm like, it's so strange. It's such a strange angle. Is that not strange? Soviet nuclear weapons played a significant role in the Cold War, influencing military strategy and the arms race between the Soviet Union and the United States.
The USSR was notably the second nation to build and detonate nuclear weapons, with them following the United States by 4 years. But given the devastation that the USSR had suffered during the Second World War, how did it build such an expensive weapon? How did the Soviet Union get its first nukes? So, as most of you will know, the idea of splitting the atom and making nuclear weapons was not a new one as of 1945. The problem was that the process would be incredibly expensive, and the USSR didn't exactly have a lot of spare change. As such, no nuclear program would begin in earnest until the Germans were defeated. But that doesn't mean that the Soviets weren't on the lookout for other nations trying to build the bomb. And it didn't take long for the USSR to work out that the Americans were trying to build one. The first way they learned was that American scientists stopped publishing papers on nuclear topics.
In Discord, I dropped a text explanation. Let's put this in notes. Oopsie. No, that's not what I wanted. Go back to notes. I forgot how to zoom in. How do I zoom in again? I forget how to zoom in and stuff. Where's the zoom in? Where's the zoom in? I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed right now. I don't remember how to zoom in. Wasn't there a button that I pressed or something? I don't know. Table. I'm very annoyed right now because I can't remember how to zoom in. I know that I was able to. I know there's something I have to... Oh, is it this? Plain text. Fuck me. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't remember how to zoom in. Why can't I remember this? Why can't I remember this simplest...
And the second way was good old-fashioned espionage.
Memory is so fucking bad.
Notably by the British delegation to the American nuclear project who would report back to Moscow. So it's that simple, right? The Soviets simply stole all of the details from the Americans and reverse-engineered the bomb 4 years later. Alas, no. Whilst the USSR did make use of spies and informants embedded in the Manhattan Project, that doesn't mean that they trusted a single word that they said. The USSR's nuclear program at first fell under Lavrenti Beria, the head of Soviet intelligence. And he was, to be frank, quite paranoid, which was understandable given that he'd only gotten his job after his predecessor had gotten thoroughly Stalined. As such, he didn't want to make any mistakes, and so for the most part assumed that
I'm actually triggered now. I'm actually triggered because I can't remember how to fucking zoom in this stupid shit. I'm actually like meaningfully, I'm actually genuinely fucking triggered right now. I cannot remember this shit. Always the dumbest shit that I can't remember that like is never straightforward. You never give me the view, zoom. There it is. God. Stupid. Fucking so stupid. So stupid. Thank you. Is this good enough though? Whatever, we can read. We can read it. It can be seen on screen. I feel like I was able to zoom in better or something, but whatever. Israel's policy of nuclear obscenity, known in Hebrew as ambiguity, is often cited by geopolitical strategists as a masterclass in balancing survival with diplomatic stability. Since the late 1960s, specifically following its 1969 Nixon-Muir Accord, Israel has operated under the formula, Israel will not be the first to introduce nuclear weapons to the Middle East. By introduce, they mean they will not test them or formally acknowledge their existence. Here's a breakdown of the good reasons generally cited for the strategic silence. Existential deterrence without escalation. The primary goal is to achieve deterrence, the Samson option, without triggering a regional arms race. But when I know you don't, you're saying wouldn't trigger a regional arms race, but like, wouldn't this leave people like a little bit more paranoid and feel like they have to look into you more? Wouldn't this like, when like your enemies or even your allies be more willing to spy on you and make sure like I feel like you in good faith just be more transparent of saying like, yeah, we have this material and we will use this kind of material. Most people are going to speculate that if you have nuclear, weapons or anything, they're gonna believe you're probably gonna use that shit in bad faith or something, or that you'd be willing to use it to their detriment when they least suspect it or something. I don't know. Good OPSEC. Yeah. Goldilocks zone, it provides enough credible evidence to deter enemies from an existential conventional attack, but enough deniability that those same enemies don't feel a domestic or an international mandate to achieve nuclear parity to save face. Preventing a domino effect if Israel were to officially declare, it would put immense pressure on states like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, or Turkey to develop their own programs immediately to maintain regional balance. It would. I can't necessarily disagree with that. That would cause a domino effect. But I feel like these places would be trying to get like nuclear. That you would all want nuclear weapons anyway. Like, why would you want Israel to have the nuclear? Like you should probably just assume that they like are either getting access to it or have access to it. Like, it's just you'd probably want to operate like that. Diplomatic cover for allies. It allows Israel's closest allies, particularly the United States, to maintain a blind eye policy. I guess. Legal loopholes. I'm failing to see. I don't know if there would be inherently something wrong with about having nuclear weapons to defend yourself. So I don't know. I don't know why this would be like something that like the United States would have to turn a blind eye to. I'm not sure. Like, am I just failing to see the point of even having a blind eye policy here? Legal loopholes under U.S. laws, like the 17 Amendment, the government is restricted from providing aid to countries that possess nuclear weapons and are not signatories of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Strategic convenience, by not officially knowing the U.S. can continue its security cooperation with Israel without violating its own domestic laws or undermining its global stance on non-proliferation. I feel like the other thing is, like, this could make people more paranoid that you are just, like, not cooperative as a state with the rest of the world. If you're not willing to be, like, upfront about whether or not you have nuclear weapons. I think a lot of people would be on fucking edge. Like, if you have, you need to confirm yes or no. Do you have nuclear capabilities? We need you to be honest and transparent with us. Good faith. Preserving original peace treaties. The ambiguity was a critical grease for diplomatic milestones like the 1979 Egypt-Israel peace treaty and the 1994 Jordan-Israel treaty. Sure, but it's under like it's a peace treaty under like the threat, like, because like why take the risk? Sure, I guess it works there. Look at how other countries like Pakistan or India got their nuclear weapons. New York City, Miami, Chicago. Are you saying they all got it in the same way? I would have those same criticisms. I don't. If it's around the same way, I don't. Political face saving. It's much easier for an Arab leader to sign a peace treaty with a conventionally superior neighbor than with an official nuclear power that can be seen as holding a permanent existential gun to the region's head. Avoiding NPT sanctions. Israel is not a signatory of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Freedom of action by remaining OPSEC. By remaining opaque, Israel avoids the intrusive inspections and international sanctions that usually accompany the status of a NPT nuclear state. Like, I don't like this. You do need intrusive inspections and international sanctions. I don't trust them with fucking nuclear weapons. Why would you trust Israel with nuclear weapons? Absolutely not. Institutionalization within Israel. Hamas has become so institutionalized that it prevents the nuclear issue from becoming a political football in domestic elections. Our public discourse keeping the program entirely under the purview of the security establishment. Allows Israel to enjoy the security benefits of being a nuclear power, deterrence, while avoiding the diplomatic costs that would come with an official declaration. Would you like to... Okay.
Were using double agents to feed him misinformation. With that in mind, Soviet scientists were tasked with trying to figure out the theory of the bomb from scratch, and they weren't particularly hopeful. That was until Hiroshima and Nagasaki, at which point minds became much more focused. Stalin ordered that the project be massively scaled up and given any money that it needed, and these funds were taken from all across the Soviet budget. This was easy to justify for the
people are
Politburo
politicians who promised to develop nuclear weapons too, making it a big issue for the other boys. I mean, I guess I could see like the benefits of it. I just overall, I don't know. I don't think it's right. I don't think you should be able to be like, we can't confirm or deny whether or not we have nuclear weapons. No thanks, especially with Israel, who I don't trust at all. Like in any way, shape, or form. No, I don't trust you with nuclear weapons. I don't like that you're not being transparent. What the fuck are you going to do with those? Or what are you willing to do with those? No. True. Very true.
Because as far as they were concerned, if the USSR didn't build nuclear weapons, it was doomed. The problem for the USSR wasn't a lack of know-how or an issue with the logistics of such a large project. It was the lack of nuclear material. Uranium suitable for use in a bomb had been monopolized by the British and the Americans, and the USSR didn't know if there was any suitable uranium within its own borders, and thus it had to go with plutonium, which it had plenty of in the Urals, but mining it would be far too expensive after the destruction of the war. Not unless they could find a nearly unending source of cheap labor that was. Oh, wait. So with the plutonium being mined, the program could go ahead. Scientists were told to build the bomb from scratch, and the intelligence gathered from the United States was used to check the project's progress. The Soviets also made use of German scientists to help, who were borrowed after the war, but they were kept in a different facility away from everybody else. The project continued to grow until 1949, at which point more than 500,000 people had contributed. And as the bomb got closer to completion, the Soviets decided to copy the American bomb casing instead of using their own. Because if it failed and the Americans found out, it would look embarrassing. The test worked, the Americans found out anyway, and after this the Cold War truly began in earnest, with both powers then racing to see who could build the first hydrogen bomb. I hope you enjoyed this episode, with a special thanks.
Okay. Shout out to NY Post for promoting my video with Caroline Kwan. Watch here. In a recent podcast episode about China Maxing, independent journalist Taylor Lorenz, who covers internet culture, said that Piker told her that he's the most Chinese and the real white Chinese. Thank you, New York Post. Great journalism. Amazing. Dude, this Gunther guy is such a fucking dick sucker. First term, Trump's first term, Epstein arrested and jailed. Second term, Epstein files released. Obama and Biden did nothing. Like, Obama and Biden are definitely fucking losers and should have released all this information in the first place. And are complicit. Which was like, Trump's heavily involved. You fucking dick suck. 45% of the Epstein files released with redacted names of people directly talking about harming children. Doesn't take away from the fact that the other administrations did nothing. Doesn't mean this one gets an award for hiding slightly less. Also, his name's all over the fucking files. Probably one of the most searched up fucking names, too. Also, he called it a Democratic hoax. He made excuses like he had to be forced to release these. This account is like literally the biggest like waste of space. I hope this guy has an awful life and every TOS thing imaginable in his life. Absolute scum. Waste of space. Anyway. Is this? Is this the official account? For 6 months, we engaged Republicans on the Oversight Committee in good faith. We told them what we know under oath. They ignored all of it. They moved the goalposts and turned accountability into an exercise in destruction. So let's stop the games. If you want this fight, Representative James Comer, let's have it in public. You love to talk about transparency. There's nothing more transparent than a public hearing. Cameras on. We will be there. Wait, why is my... I wanted to go back to what? Disgusting liberals are crapping at this. This bitch attacked Bill Clinton's rape victims. Yeah. Okay. Who is the scum? I missed it. The Gunther guy, Eagle Man or whatever, like on Twitter. It's basically a Trump dick sucker, MAGA dick sucker. Do you have a humiliation kink? Caitlin Collins, fuck this civility shit. Call him a pedophile, rapist, bitch, and scream from the rooftops. Doing the access journalism is just state propaganda mouthpieces.
What would you, Mr. President? Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile in your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
Yeah, I don't know why you just don't call him a rapist, pedophile. Fucking actual losers. Why are you even trying to engage in any good faith with this guy? Or like any civility with this guy? Absolute scum of the earth.
You're a dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead.
Should be fucking... I don't even... Whatever, man. I keep asking. It's like, why is he not locked up? We almost... Oh, my God. Fuck. Emmer's entire business model is simulating a girlfriend experience for weak men who lack the constitution to kidnap a woman and keep her in a rape dungeon for 20 years. Okay, dude. That's a little unhinged. Epstein ran a black market for babies. Epstein documents revealed that a woman said on record that Epstein offered her money to birth babies for black market use. Email also mentions John of God, who has ties to Oprah, who was sent to prison for keeping women and children in an underground lair where he would rape them for years and birth babies for organ harvesting and black market purchase. He would then eliminate the women and children when they were no longer useful or could produce children. Redacted spoke of this going on as Zora Ranch. She had said on record that Epstein offered her money to do this, birth babies for black market use. Thank you for investigating this. I feel like if I say what I want to say right now, it would only be like the most TOS of TOS that would legitimately like... I don't want to even go further. I feel like just reading this, like, I think you should just understand what's in my mind right now and what I think of, like, the people who covered this up. I don't have words. I really don't. I'm not allowed to say the words that I want to say. I'm literally not. I'm not even remotely allowed to say them for a number of reasons. I'm constantly constricted here. And I feel like I'm living in like a upside down world where I can't say this. Even though I read something that horrendous, that disgusting, and that was kept from us for how long has this motherfucker been dead for? When he died, 2019? At least 7 years. At least 8 years, probably further than, like, it's just... I lost my right to vote, banned by the GOP, investigated by multiple federal agencies, erased from the voting rolls. Still standing, establishment scared because nothing is working, make it too big to rig. This piece of fucking filth should never be allowed to even...
I'm an American citizen, and
oh my god, I want to say so many things. Like, voting restriction is the least. Just never... Oh, I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to say so many different things. Fox News talking about... Dude, Fox News needs to be torn down entirely. Every person who works for Fox News should be arrested and put behind a jail cell for a long... So many people need to be fucking behind bars. It's actually insane. It's actually insane how many people need to be... It's fucking insane, dude. Poly Market hit with a nationwide class action lawsuit for operating an illegal online sports gambling platform which is marketed as a prediction market. In reality, it's an unlicensed sports betting enterprise prohibited under various state laws. I don't think like stuff like Poly Market should exist because I think it's like unethical to like vote on or bet on like high stakes, like actual insane, like real world things that like affect the lives of many other different people. I think there's something like deeply unethical, like on such a level. I feel like smaller things, maybe like little drama things or whatever, but like actual, like whether or not Maduro is going to get kidnapped or not, or whether or not like there's going to be a regime change, or it's just a deeply disgusting fucking platform. Okay. Okay, I'm done. Okay, shouts out to Saxon. Thank you, Saxon. It's Nani77, All Shadow. Zoo Phillips. Anyone else who's watching that was silent? Clark Hunt. Thank you, all of you. We got a Discord server. I'll plug it again here. For anyone who wants to recommend specific stories. Maybe I need to get on something more lighthearted. Take my mind off this evil, unforgiving world. Deeply depressing world. Maybe we need a break. For my own mental health. Dude. We might need to for the next stream. Okay, so it'll be a Discord server, content suggestions, anything, especially lighthearted stuff, and that Discord server. Cool. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Let's see. I think that's all I want to say. I'll try to stream tomorrow. I'll have to find something that I have to try to find something that doesn't put me in such a dark place in my mind. Oh my god. That's gonna be so difficult. Holy shit. Anyway, let's just end here. Later.
Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high. Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 Not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism.